Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, everybody all around the world, hello, welcome to another episode of The Welterweight and another live stream commentary for Ennis versus Xander Zayas happening right here, right now. We had to make sure the stream was going to work properly. We had to make sure we had some stuff together so we sounded, looked, and felt like we needed to feel for this fight. We might have to start at the main card for Xander Zayas and Ennis for the unified Super Welterweight Championship of the 154 pounds in the fight that everybody has been waiting to see. We actually are already within the first action of the night between the likes of Tucker and I think it's what's his name? I think is it Cindio? I think it's Cindio. But we're gonna be calling the action. We're gonna be calling the fights, and we're gonna be here with you all talking and delving through into the world of boxing and beyond. As Tucker landing a hard three-punch combination on his opposition. Apparently, his brother was undervalued and underwhelmed in the public eye for viewing as this brother should get an opportunity. And now he is showing up and showing out as we start the end or get to the end of round one. Currently right now, but we're happy to be here with you all today. We appreciate you joining in on the live. If you haven't already, go ahead and hit the like on the stream. Get the likes so we can go on and get this party started with an abundance of people flooding our stream with your thoughts, your opinions, your takes, your responses, and all the stuff involving your essentially voice into the action of what we see on a fight by fight, punch by punch basis. And we're going to be calling the action fight by fight, blow by blow with you all here today. So mark my words, you ain't gonna miss a second. Even though we can't show it on screen, like I said, we ain't got the rights like some of these other streamers do, but we will be giving you the best descriptive outlook and the best commentary possible around the globe for what you can see and for what's going on in this fight and in all the fights going on tonight's essentially bevy of action. I can't wait to be here with you all on the show, and I'm glad that you joined in with us. But hey, we still got a fight to go, so we gotta get started right now. We in round two. At this point in time, with Tucker winning round one in a very dominant onslaught of offense with that jab getting through the guard of his opposition. Again, Tucker is in the white gloves and black trunks, and right now his opposition in terms of, I think it's Ciendo, is really trying to press the issue and press the pace and get that round back, landing some hooks on the guard of Tucker. Tucker gets out the way and now more so sitting on the ropes with a high guard, rolling under shots and resetting back to center. Like I said before, this is the Watch Report. I am your host, Jean-Luc Welch. We're here giving you all the live stream commentary and blow-by-blow coverage of all the action on today, including the main event with Zayas and Ennis. We got a whole host of topics that we're going to be discussing throughout the whole night in regards to Usyk dropping his titles, more stuff involving Shakur, Devin Haney, Gervonta Davis. Is he ever actually going to fight in a potential comeback scenario? Also, other news involving Jermell Charlo, Errol Spence, and all this stuff involving the landscape of boxing as a whole. We're going to be able to talk about it with you as we're talking through these fights on this show today. So, hey, feel free to put your stuff in the chat. Put your opinions in the chat section. Get the likes up on the stream, and please invest your voice into the conversation, because we want to hear from you in all regards of the night, to have yourself be added into essentially the ethos of boxing, for us to hear your thoughts and opinions. Hey, join in on the fun. We have to see right now, 1:20 left in round two of this fight, as Tucker is really doing a good job getting under a lot of these shots of Ciendo and landing shots of his own, really heavy shots, especially those straights. Now doubling up with the hooks on the side of Ciendo, going through head to head, literally shoulder to shoulder with each other, jostling for position on the inside with some good head slots and leverage. Now going through, Tucker getting backed up slightly, still lands a jab as he's on the ropes. Good uppercut by his opponent though, that lands on Tucker, but Tucker is still looking like the more calm and not just active, but I'll say a precision puncher in this fight, to be able to land better thudding, damaging shots like that counter jab that he just landed on his opposition. And right now, I would assume with 30 seconds left, he's taking round two in this fight, going into what would be for him, the biggest win at this point in time in his career, and would be a very good launching point for Tucker to show the world, hey, I'm like that. As he lands a good counter hook, does Tucker, and weaves through a bunch of shots underneath his opposition and comes back and lands a hook of his own. I'm telling you, good shot by Tucker, by his opponent, Ociendo, that lands on the head of Tucker, but Tucker takes it well, goes and makes Ciendo miss a whole bunch as round 2 does indeed end on this night of big time action, big time fights, big time changes going to be coming and happening on the Friday. The main event of tonight, as you can see at the bottom of the screen, Jaron Boots Ennis versus Xander Zayas for the unified super welterweight title at 154 pounds. Everybody's been talking about what is Boots going to be able to do, how quickly he's going to be able to beat Xander Zayas. But I have been saying for weeks, there is a real lens that people are not taking seriously that they need to start looking through in this fight. And that lens is, we don't want to underestimate Xander Zayas as an opposition against Boots Ennis. And there is a world that people better start looking very intently at to say, hey, we see this man, or we may see this man in Zayas push Boots further than we've ever seen before. As we're going into round 3 between Tucker and I want to say his name is Ciendo, but I think I'm saying it wrong. I apologize if I'm saying the opposition's name incorrectly. That is on me, and I will attempt to fix it as I figure out how to enunciate his name correctly. But we are in round 3 now, with Tucker again throwing out the jab, working off the ropes and getting under and around a lot of the shots. Tucker is making his opponent miss a whole lot. I mean a whole lot. This brother is really being able to use head movements, bending at the waist and at the knees to make his opponent legitimately just punch at air, and now he's able to tee off with shots, keeping the guard busy and landing at the body is Tucker. Good hook by his opposition. Good hook to the body. Tucker had to eat a good shot downstairs against his opposition, but then throws a straight right on the head of I want to say, is it Cedino? I want to say Cedino. I want to say Cedino. I'm going to say Cedino for the time being, just to, be as free-flowing as possible. But again, Cedino's still throwing on the ropes, trying to land some level hooks. He can't really get this offense going in his own right, at least as he wants to, because of the legitimate defense and head movement that we're seeing from Tucker right now. Good jab to the guard by Tucker as he's fighting off the back foot and fighting very well off the back foot right now. Tucker takes a good shot around the head though on the guard, blocks a shot to the body, lands a straight right to the head. 1-2 to the head that misses. Ooh, good straight shot by his opposition. Good hook to the head as his opponent starting to walk him back a little bit more. Jab to the head by Tucker, goes through the guard, ducks under a shot. Again, he keeps on ducking under and keeps on landing that jab through the guard. That was 4, 5, 6 jabs that was landed back to back to back to back, splitting the guard of his opposition and making him miss yet again. Good double uppercut. Straight right to the body by Tucker. Good hook by Tucker that lands off of a 3-punch combination. 45 seconds left into round 3 of this fight right now. He's making a miss, I'm telling you. He is really making a miss. He's really scoring. Good big shot by his opposition in terms of Tucker. But Tucker responds with 2 big hooks and an uppercut on the inside. Cedino is really starting to block some of these shots, though. Starting to adapt his guard, starting to adapt his game, and starting to change his way that he's being able to be more demonstrative, walking down Tucker. Good counter jab by Tucker, though, with 10 seconds left in the round. I was about to interrupt a good shot by Tucker that really catches the head of Cedino. Or excuse me, Cedino. As we're going through and getting into round 4 of this fight. Okay, yes, indeed, this is indeed turning into for the first fight of the main card, this is turning into a really good knockdown, drag-out type of affair. I'll be honest. I'll be completely honest. This is a great way to set the table for those of you that are waiting on the main event as the main course of what you want to have on your television sets. Because I'm telling you, that's what everybody pay for. This is really good at setting the table. And I'm telling you, Tucker right now is making Sandino miss a whole lot. And if he keeps missing like that, I promise you, Tucker is going to start to get his opponent tired out. He is really, again, he's throwing shots to the body. Yes, he is. He is landing downstairs. He's starting to change his offensive game. But it's been 3 rounds of a lot of fierce ferocity, but a lot of big swings and misses for Tucker's opposition. If Sandino does not get some more concrete offense landed, we could look at a situation where this cat could be put in some real trouble. I promise you. As we're starting round 4 of this fight right now, on the first fight of this main event card, with 3 fights with 3 fights up on this card, including the fight between who was this co-main event? Ben Whitaker. I forgot that Ben Whitaker is also on this card, who's going to be eventually have his U.S. coming out party if he goes and has a great display on this huge stage that is, I believe it's at Barclays Center in New York City. But let me keep on reading you all's chats and responses. Attitude Still calling the action. Beat Skull, how you doing? Good to see you. We appreciate you on the show. Thank you for joining in on our live stream today. Tucker has to invest in those arm shots like Canelo. He does, and I'm not gonna lie, it would do him a good bit of success. But I think the best thing right now that's been working has been using that jab to split the guard of his opposition. Tucker's been able to use that guard or split that defense of his opponent and consistently land with scoring shots. He doesn't have as much power as Tucker, but he definitely has the volume and he's got the sharpness. He's able to get through even with a less physical demanding body to punch and land and score, just like he did with a shot downstairs and then landing with an up jab, then landing with the hook as a counter. He's been able to counter his opposition really well. And I'm telling you, if he keeps this up, good uppercut by the likes of Tucker. A minute and 9 into round 4. Tucker, he's doing really well. I'm telling you, he's doing really well in this fight. Let me see, Love King, how you doing? Good to see you. We appreciate you on the show. Thank you so much for tuning in on the live stream with us today. Please, if you haven't already, leave a like on the stream. We want to have all your thoughts and opinions and good hook by the likes of Sandino. But please keep on liking the stream, keep on sharing the show, and keep on telling people about what we got going on. Because the more you like and the more you share, the more we are able to reach the masses all across the globe and have everybody see the hottest show on all the globe right here on the Watch Report. But let me see, Fight Night, baby, let's go. You doggone right, it's Fight Night. We're very excited for it. 25 seconds left into round 4 of this fight right now, with Tucker trying to land some big hooks. The pace has kind of slowed down just a little bit from what it was initially for the first 3 rounds of this fight. As we're hitting the 10-second mark, good counter jab by Tucker. Good jab by Sandino in response, but Tucker responds with a 3-punch combination. And the round is over. Yes, indeed. But let me keep on reading your thoughts to see what you all have in your opinions today. Boots by KO in the 3rd round. I'm calling it right now. Man, that's a huge deal. That's a huge thing. That's a huge, I do mean huge, opinion to have. If you think Boots is going to get Zayas out of there in 3 rounds, again, that would be an insane marker for the likes of Boots Ennis. I would not be surprised if we saw Boots Ennis knock out Zayas really, really early in less than 4 rounds, which again, it would be a very impressive thing if he did. You're going to hear a lot of people all of a sudden say this brother's the 5th best fighter in the world, the 4th best fighter in the world. We already have people right now. As again, couple seconds left up until we get to round 5 of this first fight on the main card. We already have people saying if Boots becomes unified, he's going to be in position to be one of the 10 best fighters in the world, full stop. Now, we can have a debate about that later on in the show, but just know there's some big stuff riding on the result of Boots Ennis winning in dominant fashion for the titles against Zayas on tonight. But we're in round 4 now, as we are moving through and getting closer and closer to the midway point of this first fight on the night. Beach Skull, you say you have it as a draw. I mean, if we talking about this fight currently, yeah, I would agree it's a draw. If we're talking about the main event, boy, if it's a draw for the main event, the conversations are gonna get nasty on both ends of the spectrum. I can promise you that. Let me see. I'm trying to make sure I'm still reading the chats and calling what you all are, or calling the action on the screen. Yo, Eternal, where Eternal? What's going on with you? How you doing? Good to see you. We appreciate you on the show. We appreciate you joining in on the live. Again, we hope you leave a like on the stream and keep on adding to the conversation and joining in on the fun with us today. Boots is about to get outboxed. He hasn't been getting the proper reps in the ring. Keep bragging about sparring. There's a lot of people that keep bragging about sparring. We're gonna get into that conversation as well. Let me at least call the action a little bit. I'll talk about that at the break. But you shouldn't use sparring. At least we don't use sparring as the basis for why this brother is gonna be all that and a bag of chips. And you better be careful for those who may think the stories in sparring are gonna be the main thing that we see why he's so successful. It's gonna take a lot more than that, but they are impressive stories nonetheless for what Boots has been able to do. And if it does translate, boy, it could be something serious. As we're at 1:10 into round 5 right now, up jab by Tucker. Siendo is starting to land some shots and getting those overhand hooks, those looping Gennady Golovkin hooks that come over top of the guard. He's starting to land those in succession, adapting to the ducking style of Tucker, who consistently is getting under the hooks of Siendo. And now he's starting to walk him down. Now he's starting to let his damage really pay off and land with body shots, and hopefully, if he can, land that one big KO counter that can potentially end the night for the likes of Siendo. Or excuse me, I'm sorry, Sendino, excuse me. Trying to make sure I say it correctly. 30 seconds left in round 5. Jab by Tucker, but it misses. It's been a pretty close fight on both regards. As Sendino is starting to get a little bit better rhythm. He still can't get away from that jab, though. As we consistently see, he cannot get away from the jabs of Tucker. But even still, he's essentially walking through it and almost landed a big hook right there to end in the last 10 seconds as we're getting ready to end the round. And there it is. The round is indeed over for now. But let me keep on reading your thoughts and responses, because we got a lot of people in chat. And again, the sparring, we don't use, or I don't use sparring as the main focal point for why somebody can and can't be successful. And we've heard Boots, he's breaking ribs, he's getting people knocked out, he can't find sparring partners. All that may be well and good, but we're dealing with an opponent that, even though this ain't sparring, this is going to be a test that he may not have faced, in his entire career at all, sparring or otherwise. Because this is a brother who can get up to 200 pounds, can rehydrate up to potentially 180 with how big he is, and is a taller and potentially bigger physical frame fighter than the likes of Boots Ennis. And that physicality can win the day on the day. Let me see, Sendino is getting tired. He's putting too much heat on all his shots. Look, I'm telling you, it might be having some success now, but he was being made to miss early. And he is in a position where in late stage in the fight, he can potentially get to a fatigue state. And if the fight's close enough, that's perfect time for Tucker to come in and start to pull away. And if that happens, it's going to be some danger. It's going to be some trouble. But good shots to the body, though it was blocked by Tucker, by Sendino. Good shots to the body by Sendino, regardless, to try to wear down some of that movement and try to slow down some of the back foot play that we're seeing Tucker utilize in this fight. And we've seen this fight kind of evolve as we've been watching it go through. Tucker was initially the aggressor, the guy that was pushing the pressure, putting the pace, and putting the more substantial shots on the likes of Sendino. But now we've seen Sendino starting to reclaim his size and become the fighter that he wants to be, which is the dominant, come forward, power punching, dangerous fighter that goes and makes Tucker have to react and try to get away from being safe. Will it be successful as he lands a good shot, almost lands a big hook, but it's blocked on the arm of Tucker. Jab by Sandino misses. Tucker still trying to fight on the edges of his own guard and make Sandino miss a ton, which if it does work, like I said, it can be a very useful tool. I can't tell if there's a welt under Sandino's eye due to the jabs of Tucker. I'm not exactly sure if that's just shadows or if that's an actual, swelling happening. We'll probably find out by the next corner break. But even still, Tucker feints with the jab and lands a straight right. Lands another jab on the head of Sandino. Sandino misses the jab. Two-punch combination to the body for Tucker. I think Sandino's best shots are his hooks, crazy enough, because those jabs and straights, they are not coming out nearly as cleanly. There's a hitch and a slowness in that jab of Sandino, at least comparative to what we see with the fluidity of Tucker. So it might be that the best shot that he has may just be to set up the hooks, because those are the sharpest punches that I'm seeing Sandino have right now in the fight. And also, we need to see Sandino really, when he gets Tucker on the ropes, don't follow him, corner him. Right now, we're just following the likes of Tucker. He's just following him around the ring instead of cutting him off and forcing him to have to face his power or clinch up and try to reposition himself. But right now, we're seeing Tucker able to just glide, move, and look, he's in the corner right now. And then, boom, he lets him get away without doing some work. On the ropes, losing real estate as we're getting to the end of the round. And it doesn't really capitalize. That's what I don't like about Sandino working right now. But again, that's just my opinion on the night. I still want to hear your thoughts on what we see and your predictions for the likes of Boots Ennis. And what you think this fight is going to be like on this whole show. And be clear, let me actually make sure we get this chat going, because I do want to make sure that we can try to get this chat go up and at 'em for people to want to give, if they can give, to this show. And hey, if you do want to give to the show monetarily, hey, we got Super Chats, Cash App, PayPal, links down below in the description and up here on the screen, if you so can afford to, because we would appreciate it. We're funded by viewers like you to make this show possible. Absolutely, we need your support, and we would appreciate it without a doubt. Let me see. Remember what I said? From Beat Skull. Remember what I said? Boots versus Xander will look like in Billy versus Lester and end in a draw. Now that is a little bit interesting as we're starting round, I think this is round 7. Yeah, round 7 in this fight of the first fight on the card. And Lester and Billy versus Christian and Billy versus Lester Martinez. That fight was a Fight of the Year contender. If it lives up to that type of fight action, my gosh, that would be worth all the money that people are paying for. And for those that ain't paying for it, that will live up to the piracy that people are taking their time out for. That would be worth its weight in all the gold in the world if that fight was that much of a competitive display. Good hooks downstairs by Sandino on Tucker as we're at 2 minutes and 15 seconds left in round 7. But that fight, they were a lot closer in perceived skill than what we see when it comes to Boots and Zayas. The threat is still the threat that Zayas could be a better opposition and is the best opposition Boots has faced. But even with that, it still is agreed upon by most people watching boxing. Boots is the better caliber fighter by almost all accounts. And because of that, people have him as the favorite, and they would not expect him to really struggle going up against the likes of Zayas if it turns into him needing to really pull out a victory in a close affair. It would be shocking if it was that much of a, oh my goodness, this deserves a rematch level type of fight, regardless of the winner, even if Boots won. Because I'm going to tell you this right now, that's the one that we can say we don't really see Boots, or we don't expect Boots to really have going into his career when it comes to him and Jaron Ennis. Or excuse me, when it comes to Jaron Ennis as a fighter versus Zayas or anybody, we don't really expect a rival when it comes to the fight. Could Zayas turn into an opponent that could be a rival type opposition that it takes 2 fights, 3 fights to really clear the air? who's the big dog in the stands and who's the big dog in the ring when it comes to reigning over each other. And I might address a little more about that later on in the show as we're continuing to call the action. As we're at 39 seconds left into round 7 of this first fight. As Tucker's still trying to land a jab and land hooks on, Sandino is trying to land a jab and now looking to push Tucker against the ropes and laying shots downstairs to the body, which the hooks are his best game as he lunges in with a straight power left. Look, that was a little bit low now. That was a little bit low as we're entering 15 seconds into round 7, getting ready to end the round. We're now officially past the halfway point of this fight, and it's going to 10. But some of these shots with Tucker, I feel like they've been landing a little bit low, or at least very much on that borderline for some of the shots that he's trying to get. I get he's trying, land on the belt line, land on the hip, but some of that stuff, it's a little low. It's a little low. I'm not gonna lie, it's a little bit low. But again, the round is over. And we are still looking to call all the action with you all on today. As I'll make sure to load up on water to make sure that I'm all set and ready to call all the action without needing a repeat. But we don't expect, let's be honest. We do not expect Boots Ennis to gain a rivalry in his career because of his ability. But we want somebody to push him to a point where it's not just one and done, he's mopping the floor with people. What if Zayas could turn into that type of guy? Even though it's a lofty goal. What if because of the height, because of the strength, because of the ability to really balloon up in weight, and with what we've talked about with him being a quality fighter, his ability to go and potentially show the world, hey, I've been like this in terms of a demonstrative, elite level talent. Y'all just haven't respected it or y'all wanted to see it. But now that it's against the highest of levels that forced me to pull the best out of myself, you're able to see I'm all of that in a bag of chips. I am worth all the hype and then some. Again, as we're starting round 8 in this fight. As we're still seeing Tucker now land that jab a little bit. I don't like the way Tucker throws that jab. Because I believe he's fighting at southpaw. That hand kind of goes out a little bit. When he throws that straight, that hand it kind of leaves him. I don't like that. For me, I don't like that. That's me though. But let me. But in terms of back to the conversation, in terms of Boots having a fight that could potentially, it could end in a draw. It could be a fight that's nip and tuck, one way or the other, going into the 12th round. If we found somebody like that, we would be saying, hey man, that's the guy that is your other figure. That's your other half. That's the yin to your yang. And that would be a shock for a lot of people if Boots got somebody like that. When I talk about a rivalry as in somebody who is, that's the hype, that's the fight, and we just want to see if he can win. We're talking about somebody who it takes a couple fights to really stamp the claim who is the best out of everything. And if this is the fight, I'd welcome it. That would do wonders for both of their careers. And specifically in this sport, we need some rivalries. We need some do-overs. We need some rematches where stuff is legit. We are the perfect enemies for each other. I would love to see that take place if we could have that happening on tonight's action. But as we're still calling the fight, it's still 1 minute left in round 8. Right now, we're getting ready to get up to the last 2 rounds of this fight between the likes of Sandino and Tucker. And we still have people chatting in the comment section. Boots looking for a knockout. He got to stay in that fire. Xander is the taller guy. Overhand right or left can be devastating. And that's where the counters come into play. That is where the counter work of Zayas can be a dangerous opportunity for Boots to get hurt. If there was any point in time to get some damage and look and make Boots feel a level of pressure. As again, we're at 18 seconds into round 7 on my screen. It would be being able to land a counter hook, being able to time the likes of Boots Ennis, especially when he's starting his punches. If you can do that, you got yourself a great way to make something happen. As round, I believe it's round 8 is over. right now. But that's the thing for Zayas. His punching ability is going to need to be the biggest thing, or one of the biggest things in this fight, because he's going to need to gain respect from the likes of Boots. Without a doubt, countering Boots is one of the most important things that we can see Zayas have go for him in this fight. Without a doubt. Because if you can counter him, you double the damage because you use their momentum and their vulnerability against them. And if he can make Boots have to say, wait a minute, take a pause and back up a little bit, it changes the whole complexion of the fight. And with already his quality of timing, it could be that shot may be there. That shot could be there. And if it does indeed come about, all of a sudden it's going to be shocking all for a lot of people. We might be surprised as to what can happen. As we're going into now round 9 of this fight with Sandino now really pushing the pace with a straight left downstairs to the body. Uppercut downstairs to the body for Sandino. Tucker with the jab. I think now we see Tucker's got a welt under his, I think it's his right eye. I want to say right eye. I think he's got a welt under his right eye right now. But the scorecards, at least per Chris Mannix, they got, good gosh, 78-74. I didn't think it was that lopsided of a fight. I thought it was closer than that. As we can see with Beast Code, you say this fight is a draw or something close to it. I'm thinking it's closer to a draw. Even if I may have Tucker slightly up, I don't think it ain't that one-sided. It ain't that one-sided. We haven't seen Tucker be able to take some rounds and land some better combinations, which again I have seen. It's, oh my. That's a little bit steep. That's a little bit steep. Good shot by Sandino, though. Tucker's work rate really has started to slow down a little bit. A lot, actually. Can Sandino capitalize? When I said we were saying that stamina may be an issue, right now it looks like Tucker's the one that's a little bit more lethargic in this fight. And you say 78-74, you got a Tucker. I think I have it a little bit less. I think I got it 75, or not 75, excuse me. 77, 75, just about, or somewhere around those scorecards is where I have it. Good hook by Sandino. Good two-punch combination by Tucker, even though it was blocked. Both of them in the center of the ring. Good intercepting jab. Good straight right by Tucker. 57 seconds left in round 9. Hook to the body, but gets countered by an uppercut by the likes of Sandino. Okay. Those are Chris Mannix scorecards. Yeah, no, they are. They just came across my screen as we're entering 40 seconds into round 9. I think that is very much too lofty, or at least one round too lofty. But I do have Tucker winning this fight. Uppercut downstairs by the likes of Sandino. Both of them head-to-head with each other in the center of the ring. Straight right downstairs. Hooked by Sandino. Hooked by Tucker. Double hook by Tucker. Pushing Sandino back and still working downstairs with both his free hands. Sandino trying to find some head slots to land something of leverage, but it's Tucker that's doing the better inside work, finding openings anywhere that is possible. As we're entering the last 10 seconds of this fight. As the round is over, it's just about. Tucker's going to need a knock. Tucker is, he got this fight just about in the bag. Tucker's got this fight just about in the bag. It's going to take probably Sandino getting a knockout in order to win. It's going to take him getting a knockout to win, almost assuredly. If the scorecards are what I think they should be. After that last round, he's gonna need to set up one of those hooks to be able to land a go-home shot. Because he's gonna need a go-home shot to be able to go and get this fight turned around in his favor. Because right now, it ain't working out. Right now, it ain't working out at all when it comes to this fight being able to go into his realm of possibility. As we're entering round 10 of the last round of our fight, of the first fight of the night, between the likes of Tucker and Sandino. And again, if you are just tuning in, this is the first of 4 fights, or the first of the 4 fights that are going on today. There's 3 fights left after this, leading into, oh my gosh, oh wait a minute, what the world? Tucker lifting up Sandino, putting this brother on the top rope like he's going up for a superplex. What in the world is going on? Let me tell you something. We saw Ben Whitaker do it nearly a year ago, lifting people up. We saw Canelo do it, lifting up the likes of who was it? Try to lift up Canelo with the shoulder. And I don't know what's been going on. Everybody all of a sudden trying to set up for some devastating maneuvers, as we used to hear. Got a common phrase in the WWE, but that's what's going through right now. 2 minutes, 13 seconds into round 10. Tucker, again, is winning this fight, and all he's got to do is essentially stay up, and most likely he takes this win under his belt. And I think it would be considered a very good win for the likes of Tucker if he's able to beat Sandino. But Sandino trying to apply the jab, with his hands down, trying to loop over big-time shots to land something of note on Tucker to try to get a knockdown, at least to turn this fight into a closer endeavor for his favor. Flick a jab by Sandino, but again, no real big-time effect. Good shot downstairs by the likes of Sandino. Tucker again trying to use some head movement, get on the inside. Good 3-punch combination that ends with a jab that knocks Sandino's head back. As you see, you know what got Sandino in trouble? It's what got Sandino in trouble. He kept moving his head back on the same linear line whenever he would try to get away from those volley of shots. And that's why he kept getting caught with that jab when the third punch that would come, he wouldn't be ready for. Or he would put his guard down or relax it as soon as he thinks the combination is over. And then boom, he gets caught again. But now we're at 51 seconds into round 10. Last round of the fight. Hook to the body and a jab to the head by Tucker, as he is just continually using his offense and his speed to go and out fluid or be more fluid in his work than what we're seeing from Sandino. Good jab into it. Another good jab. It makes Sandino miss. Yeah, this fight's about to be in the bag. It's about to be in the bag. I think what's it? Is the fight after this Vargas for the silver title? I want to say yes, but I want to validate to make sure that's true. Is the fight after this the fight with Vargas that is kind of like the all Puerto Rican display? Is it Emmanuel Vargas that's fighting next? Let me make sure. Let me make sure he's fighting next. I want to make sure I got the card right. Okay, yeah, it is Emmanuel Vargas. So it's gonna be Emmanuel Vargas versus Bryce Mills. Wait, that's the co-main event? I thought that. Oh shoot. That's the co-main. That means that next we seeing Ben Whitaker. Oh, shoot. Oh, man. Oh, gosh. Oh, my. I didn't expect that, but I'm excited. I'm excited for that. Again, this fight, it might be robbery, but we don't know. We've seen so many robberies in boxing before. This could be another situation where this cat, even though I think Tucker should have won this fight, we could see this buddy get robbed again. This will be what, the 4th major robbery we've seen on a card if we don't see Tucker win. And what I think after round 10 was clearly a unanimous decision for him to be able to succeed, at least to me. But in this sport, I'm not surprised at all. But I think after this, it's going to be Ben Whitaker fighting. And speaking of Ben Whitaker, it's actually a great segue to go into and talk. It's actually a great segue because now we need to discuss and say, Ben Whitaker coming here into the States and looking to make a name that touches the outside of the UK. Do you think that he really does have the makings to be able to compete for the titles at light heavyweight? Do you really? Because some people have been saying he's a hype job. Some people feel that he is not worth all of that hype and ability. With him as a boxer, with him as a warrior, with him as somebody who people should view him as a showman in some regards instead of a legit fighter. Do you think Ben Whitaker really does have what it takes? And we're going to discuss that after we hear the scorecards. Let me hear who won this fight. I'm interested to see. 95-95 even. 97-93. 98-92. Majority decision. Yep, that's right. Yeah, that's right. That's right. That's right. That's right. That's exactly what happened. That's exactly right. That is not a robbery. That is exactly what should have been taking place. All that moving around and jumping around that we saw Ciendo doing, that was the right decision because Tucker deserved to win. He deserved that win. He deserved that. He did deserve that win. He did. He did. That jab was winning today. He was making him miss so much. Ciendo got his rhythm later, but even then it faltered even afterwards, and he didn't keep up that work rate because in part of the fatigue. And crazy enough, Tucker was also fatigued in his own right. But no, that's the right decision. Tucker should have won that fight, and that's right. That's right. We're starting this card off good. We're starting it off good. We're not getting around. We are starting this off good. We're not getting a robber. This is what should happen. That's a good win. But what was I saying? Ben Whitaker. Back to Ben Whitaker as a fight to take place. Him versus, again, everybody's looking up names of Bivol and Better BF. Those are the 1-2 combination killers that are running this division even now with injuries abounding. Beyond that, though, with Joshua Buatsi, Callum Smith, who again is getting ready to fight Bivol once Bivol comes back healthy. All of these things, we have to genuinely ask, is he ready for that type of leap? Because it's getting to a point where most likely after this, that's the next step. One of those types of competition points, one of those types of names, one of those types of figures in the sport of boxing. He's going to need to go and maneuver and get people to see this is this is what's going down. That's what's going to have to happen. For real. We're looking at this fight between Ben Whitaker not as just a launching point, but this is now, we have to start taking him seriously and looking at the landscape of the rest of 175. Is this man really going to be able to move his way up through in the fast track that it looks like he's going to be on? Is he going to be able to move his way up through the rankings and get to that level of elite competition? We're not just talking about Bivol and Benavidez. We're talking about, again, Buatsi that we just named, Callum Smith that we just named, Zach Parker, Leon Richards, Albert Ramirez. There have been, and even when we look at Anthony Yard, even when we look at a guy who just got knocked out, but still is going to now be seen as most likely a gatekeeper for this division in David Morrell. Those are going to be the people that he has to go and climb over to become a champion, even become a mandatory, to get in a position for a title. Can he do it? Or rather, is the belief that he can do it, but it's not going to be in the vein of, oh, he's dog walking people and making it look like a show like he's been doing against everybody else. And be clear, we expect him to put on a show tonight. We expect him to put on a major performance tonight that has everybody talking. We expect to have him come through and really be the Ben Whitaker that's been advertised. Because that's the necessity. This fight, sure, the future is going to be the future. But right now, this is the time to not waste time if you're Ben Whitaker. Because even though the future of where you can be in the division is still something that's going to be talked about. It's something that's going to be discussed after this fight. The current situation that Ben Whitaker needs to worry about is making sure he lives up to his expectations of what the public says he was over in the UK. People are seeing this cat after just hearing it. Most people, there's a lot of people that crazy enough, have not seen Ben Whitaker. They've seen the highlights, but seeing him live, seeing him in a full-blown fight, seeing him with all the showboating nature, all the head movement, all the ability to go through and simply just, with the grace of ease, get out the way, maneuver around, do whatever he wants to do, and make the fight game look easy. All of that is indeed not just necessary or a part of his style. It is needed for the public to further buy in, to say, hey, this cat is not just entertaining. Oh, this brother, he brings something different to the table. Because this fan base can be fickle. It really can. Anthony Joshua just had to reintroduce himself to the American landscape, because the first time he came over here, he got knocked out by Andy Ruiz. Part of the reason why Tyson Fury became so popular wasn't just because of the loudmouth brashness that he had. He came, and it wasn't just Deontay Wilder. Before Deontay Wilder, he came over to the States in the red, white, and blue attire, talking like he talked, and had a good performance. Now, granted, I think the fight was against Otto Wallin, I believe, where he had to go get over a major cut. But also, it was shimmying and shaking on the ropes, getting out the way, and everybody in that moment made people say, oh my gosh, Tyson Fury, this brother might be better than Muhammad Ali over here in America, which again is ludicrous, but that was what the hype from that performance was able to do, because you lived up to what your reputation was. Anyway, when he came over here to America for the first time, he had an expectation of being a killer, being a dog, and being somebody everybody better be afraid, because this cat's stomping on feet and is absolutely running through everybody in the world. Can't nobody stop him. And people didn't believe up until they saw it. And even afterwards, he had to do it again. Then had to do it again. Then finally had to do it one more time against Nike's Roman Cardenas. In a knockout of the year contender that was shared over 2 billion times across all social media platforms. Those are the things that you need to translate your stardom from just hometown, home country, regional level star into the makings of one of the most polarizing and marketable stars that we can see today. And while we say boxing doesn't revolve around the states, boxing does run through the states in a major regard. Just like with the UK. You can make your claim over there in the UK and you build a reputation and you garner respect. But to launch yourself into the stratosphere of the global appeal, the stateside buying in power, that is necessary. We're going to see if he can do it. I think he can do it. I really do. I'm confident in it, but I would hope that we see all the glitz and glamour that we've seen from Ben Whitaker before and ending in a dramatic KO. Because we see that, I'm telling you, the fights with Callum Smith, Buatsi's, the yards, and ultimately the better BFs and B-Bowls, those will be moving up. Shoot, if he gets big enough, we could see that fight at 175, hypothetically. If he got big enough to a point where, oh, he's a lucrative fight, and he does get a title in a couple years, and Benavidez is still around or hovering in that cruiserweight area, maybe we see that fight actually take place for a future mega event. I wouldn't be mad at it. I wouldn't be mad at it at all. It'll be something fun for me to see. But again, that's just my thoughts and opinions. Even still, right now, we're still waiting on the fight for Boots, Ennis, and Xander Zayas, and everybody's clamoring for the ins and outs of what can happen on this night, expecting Boots to go and get a knockout. And I would love to hear from you all. In fact, I'll actually put out a poll to let you all vote. Do you think you're going to see Boots get a KO in this fight? Or will it go to a legitimate decision? And if not, in terms of if it won't go to a KO, will you be disappointed? Because that's a whole other active sentiment that we need to talk about in this fight, and that is the expectation of what Boots should be doing to the likes of Zayas, and what you don't want it, or what would be the worst outcome of a victory for Boots, that even in a win, all of a sudden your perception may change or shift, because what you thought what you were going to see, you ain't actually get in the fights. Let me see. Will Boots KO Zayas? We're going to put that out on the poll right now. We're going to see how you all vote. Because be clear, many people are saying he's going to knock him out. We got people in the chat saying he's going to knock him out in 5 rounds. I've said he's going to knock him out in 7. That's my official prediction. For those of you that didn't know, we got a problem in the ring. And that is that Boots Ennis is going to be a menace. And he's going to knock out Xander Zayas in 7 rounds. At the most, I can see it happening at round 9 or round 10. Like I said in the breakdown. But that's what I can see take place without a doubt. He can go and get the KO. If he doesn't, which for many people would be a shock, would that hurt your perception of Jaron Ennis? Because it would change a lot of things. It would have a lot of questions that we would need to answer. He knocked out Lima. But then, again, the biggest elite jump in his career with him fighting against Zayas, all of a sudden, his own production ain't working the same way. His power isn't translating the same. Now, this level of durability, with people that are deserved to be in the top 5 of this division, you ain't moving in the same destructive manner as we thought you should be. Because we understand every fight is not going to end in a KO. We understand that. That is not that's completely that's absolutely viable. Every fight will not end in a knockout. Even amongst the best knockout artists, we're not going to see everybody put everybody out. Unless you're against Rocky Marciano, or George Foreman, or Joe Frazier, or Joe Louis, or Deontay Wilder. You ain't going to see that most likely. But in this early stage of a jump, that is the expectation for Boots. It is. Whether we think it's fair or not, that's the expectation for Boots. He's going to knock out Zayas and everybody else up here. Not forget him being just too good. Forget him being just too skilled. He's going to knock him out. If we don't see that KO. If we don't see that type of dominant production where he goes and puts Zayas to sleep, even in a victory, will we be saying that that's a problem? Because also understand this was what happened with David Benavidez. All of these parallels are connecting because they need to connect. Because they all have a line that cuts through their careers. We're seeing a similar story of stuff that took place with people that were indeed worth their weight in gold as a fighter. And when they didn't have one performance that didn't fit the mold of what they had done against everybody else, moving to a new division, everybody said, oh my goodness, this brother's a fraud. This brother ain't like that. When Benavidez fought against Gvozdyk and he didn't get the knockout, though he dominated the fight, everybody was saying, oh no, he can't dominate like he did up here no more. He's not the same brother up here no more. We're going to see Benavidez in a world of trouble. Everybody better watch out because this brother's about to get beat. Alarms were going off everywhere. Everybody was concerned because it seemed like Benavidez was not built like that. And all these stuff that we heard about him at 168, all the stuff that people said about him at 168, their perception was seen as, or their preconceived notions were now validated. This brother's a weight bully. He's just too big for the division. He's now fighting people his own size. He can't actually do this up here in the same way. And now going up against all these other bigger names, oh, Morrell's going to be able to take him out now. We're going to see Anthony Hart. He'll be able to knock him out. Better Biev is going to kill him. Bivol going to destroy him because you can't hurt Bivol with what we've seen from you against Gvozdyk and even against David Morrell when he fought him. And with David Morrell, the same thing. The biggest thing about that fight, Benavidez got clipped and got hurt. And people were saying he won, But he didn't knock him out, and he got rocked by Morrell. He's definitely not going to be able to beat the Archer Better BFs of the world up here. It's going to be a problem. We saw Bebo push back Archer Better BF. He's got better power than we expected. Guess what? Now you ain't going to be able to stop him at all. What are you going to be able to do? Even in the good wins, even in the wins that told a bigger story about what their skill sets were, because it didn't end in the outcome that you thought should have happened, they, in terms of the public, the fan base, even some of his own supporters, they changed their tune. Or rather, they now felt this is not going to be the same person. Because you didn't keep that same level of consistency. In the first fight up here, you didn't keep the same level of pace, or you didn't keep the same level of power. Ultimately, he finally got the knockout against Anthony Yard, and it shut everybody up. He knocked out Zerto, it shut everybody up, sure. But going into that, because of that expectation, the first fight with Gvozdyk made everybody say, up, he ain't like that. This is Boots' Gvozdyk. I don't say that in reference to the skill level. I'm saying that in reference to the position. Benavidez moving up to 168 is similar to or moving up to 175. It's similar to Boots moving up at 168, where this is the biggest substantial physical test to show what your physical ability can be. Your skills are your skills, but your ability to do this when you're on a different playing field now is different, because we've seen physicality overwhelm and dominate even some of the better boxers in the lane, because you just can't beat his size and strength. Boots is in that framework where all this stuff that you do, all this stuff that you have, all these skills that you possess, they can be better. But are you going to be able to hurt this man like you've been able to hurt others? Because if you can't hurt him, we think it's going to be a tougher time to do what you want to do against people that, hey, they can eat some of the stuff you're able to dish out from the standpoint of punches. And even with your skills, you can't overcome that level of physicality. That's what we need to see Benavidez do. That's what the public is going to expect Benavidez to do. Be able to put him to sleep. Because if he doesn't, for anybody who's supporting Boots, understand, you better get a whole bunch of flack if we don't see him knock him out. Here's the truth. Here's the truth. Get ready. Everybody better get ready, because that's what's getting ready to come down the line. That's what's getting ready to happen. You're about to have a litany of people, and I do mean a litany of people, come through and talk against Boots Ennis if Boots Ennis cannot knock out Xander Zayas. Even if he doesn't, even if he has a great performance and wins. Unless it's a situation where it is just from round 1 to round 9, or round 1 to round 12, he's dominating and it's clear cut, where it's not close. You're going to see if it gets to a point where it's not enough of a dominant win and Boots doesn't get the KO, fans are going to say some wild stuff about him. Your social media is going to go in on this brother. Social media, because already people say Zayas ain't going to be that great. Already, this feels like a big fight, but we've even had to dissuade and put down arguments saying that Zayas really ain't all that as a boxer. Already he's felt like he's on the back burner. Not just as an underdog, but as somebody who people already think Zayas ain't like that. He ain't built like that. He's already got people thinking, or there's already abundance of people that think Zayas just ain't like that type of fighter, even though his caliber of talent is worth the level of respect that we're giving him. All of this paints an environment that Boots, to satisfy the public without any recourse of debate, the knockout is the best thing that needs to happen. It's the biggest thing that needs to happen. If it does happen, then, the sky's the limit. Sky's the limit. And it's going to be a very big sky for what Boots can reach in a public domain. So I can't wait to see it, absolutely. No question. about it, but we still got people. We still are responding and letting your voices be seen and heard for the masses to witness and enjoy. If you haven't already, go ahead and leave a like on the video and keep on subscribing to the channel. Keep on sharing the show and keep. Oh God, I hit the wrong button. Hold on, wait a minute. Keep on sharing the show. Keep on liking the stream and keep on telling people what we got going on our show, as we're getting ready for one of the other bigger high-profile fights of the night, going into the next fight on this card, and that is Ben Whitaker versus Rivera, going up against each other in one of the biggest platforms for the likes of Whitaker to face off against. Both of them got a decent, not even decent, a pretty substantial knockout ratio. Rivera having 20 KOs in his 27 wins, because he's 27-2 in his career. Ben Whitaker 11-0 with, I think, 9 KOs on his resume. The most recent of which I think was a one-round domination in his fight that ended in his opponent, just crumpling to the floor. We are about to bear witness to potentially the uber rise of one of the newest and most dynamic threats that the light heavyweight division has to offer. And somebody who, when we look at Bivol, when we look at Better BF, and when we look at everybody at 175, there could be a new uncrowned king looking to take the crown, and his name may be Ben Whitaker, as he's getting ready to walk to the ring. Right now, as we're getting our ring walks going down, and the fights are getting ready to happen. So I'm excited for this. And again, at this point in time, he's not a match for B-Ball or Better BF, but he is indeed building up that pace and building up that respect, where we have to go and say, maybe he can be one of them ones that can take that test and make it happen and turn it into his favor, where he is, just sublime, phenomenal, incredible in every regard. And I do hope that I hope we see Ben Whitaker get a KO, because this brother can actually crack. Rivera can actually punch. Rivera ain't a slouch of a fighter. I don't know why he's dressed like a Roman Popeye right now with a corncob pipe and a sailor's hat at the same time, dressing like he's coming straight out of the Egyptian card with Usyk and Rico fighting out the pyramids. I don't know why he's dressed like that. It's a little bit of a different ensemble. Is that Louis Vuitton? Louis Vuitton body armor, straight out of the pyramids, Popeye the Sailor Man, corncob pipe and hat. This is a very unique level of attire. Crazy enough, his nickname is Popeye, as you can see on the screen. But either way, he's looking to use those forearms and really do some damage on the head of Ben Whitaker. We might just see Ben Whitaker get tested on his chin and get some real answers as to how good he can go and take a punch. Because he's going to need, unless he just goes and doesn't get hit at all, he's going to need to be able to show people that may have questions about, hey man, this cat, the last time we saw somebody score and start to land consistently on him, he threw them over the top rope and tried to fake his way out of the fight via injury. At least that's what a lot of people feel with that fight. Now, granted, he went back, got it done. I think got the KO in, or at least got a unanimous decision in that fight, and righted all the wrongs that came about. But still, there are still a lot of questions that people have about the showboatiness, about the discipline, about the dedication of Ben Whitaker. Not because he's not dedicated, but strictly because anybody who showboats like him, anybody who does all this stuff in the ring where it's as if, it looks like you ain't even taking this sport seriously, they naturally get a lot of detractions from people saying this brother is just a flash in the pan and just a ho-hum type of brother. Yeah, he's got the knockouts. Yeah, he's 11-0. Yes, he is moving up quickly in the ranks of boxing and having everybody see him as a dominant force that can be in the future. There's still a lot of people that say he's not in this sport mentally like he should be. Now, I don't think that's the truth, but that's what comes with the territory of being very much extroverted in your style, in your walk, in your brashness, and in your entire makeup as a fighter. He wants to put on the show. He wants you to be entertained. He wants you to go home happy, as well as in shock of the damage that he was able to do on his opposition. And because of that, this is going to be for a lot of fans. You're going to see people hate on this performance strictly because they don't like how he goes about it. But what counts is the undeniable factor. And if we see Ben Whittaker be undeniable in this fight, knock out Rivera, especially if he does it early, my gosh, the only thing you can say after that is, well, this cat's just the truth. He's just the truth straight up. So we're getting ready to have that fight going on right now as we are getting them called on, or at least getting announced in the ring. Right now, I'm trying to make sure I got my title cards together so we're able to have you all see who's fighting who, so we're not confused as to what's going down on the card right now. Again, we'll give you blow-by-blow, play-by-play, fight-by-fight analysis and commentary. We still want to hear your thoughts from you and your questions, your comments, your concerns, and everything involving your takes on what you're seeing with the action. Do you think we'll see Ben Whittaker get a KO in this fight? Do you think we'll see Ben Whittaker dominate in this fight? Or do you think that we may see Ben Whittaker exposed in a way that we haven't seen before? And everybody's going to be saying, well, now you ain't all that, because there are some people preying on his downfall. But I personally think this fight's going to end in a knockout. I do. If it's a decision, I understand, because Rivera is a very tough brother. With, again, that frame of body is not just stocky and bulky. Again, he's coming in at 173, but that's a built 173. It really is. And it shows with the density of this brother, he can really crack. He can really punch. And this is the biggest test for Ben Whittaker in his entire career thus far, as one of the most legitimate challenges of his current ascension into the world of 175. Yeah, he's got Luffy's bruise mark on the front and Whitebeard's tattoo on the back, but this brother's looking to use some conqueror's hockey and get the job done and dominate and send shockwaves throughout all of the pirate era, or rather all the world, in this what he wants to make his own pirate era in boxing. So we're going to see how this goes. I can't wait to see it, but I'm excited. I'm telling you, I've been watching Ben Whittaker, and I have consistently seen this brother do things that make me say it's a natural instinct that this cat just got it. He just has it. He's just so naturally talented with what he's able to do in this sport, because not just of the free-flowing style, but there's some things that he does in fights, setting stuff up, disguised as, oh, I'm just having fun. And then ultimately, what is the craziest thing about the power? He's got legitimately dominant power. Legit, like scary power. Because I've seen punches that don't even look like it. It's all that he landed. But he got people dazed and wobbled. Dazed and confused. And so this is gonna be a real test of how dominant can his power be. We're gonna find out. Because if he can hurt Rivera, he can hurt anybody in this division. Or the majority of people in this division. If he can get him out of here early, boy, that's going to be something to see. But here we go. The time to fight. It's time to work. And it's time to see what Ben Whittaker can do as we're starting round one of this fight night right here, right now. Ben Whittaker in the, I want to say, dirty gold gloves. And Rivera in the white gloves. Whittaker with a jab to the body. Or Whittaker, or Rivera with the literal Popeye trunks as he lands a shot downstairs on Rivera. I already got Rivera backing up. My gosh. Shoot, that body shot already got Rivera backing up. What the world? Another hook downstairs to the body for Whittaker. One body shot already got Rivera backing up to the ropes, and he's dedicating downstairs to the body. Good 1-2 by Rivera, or by Whittaker, excuse me. Makes a miss and looks off into the distance. My goodness, Whittaker's already looking like a house on fire right now. Getting out the way of shots, Rivera tries to land a jab, but to no avail. Whitaker again being very much a good hook by the likes of Whitaker on Rivera. He's so long. Good jab by Rivera, by Whitaker. And there he goes again. There we see it's already starting. It's already flowing. It's already with the foot change, with the skipping in the ring. This cat already feels at home with what he's doing on the night. I'm telling you, Ben Whitaker is just being so comfortable. Minute 36 in the round one of this fight. Another check hook that just misses. Rivera's already wary. Good jab to the body by Whitaker on Rivera. Rivera's he looks a little bit shell-shocked. He's felt the power, and that power is real. He's got to worry about it, and he can't touch him. I think he's starting to get the gauge of just how slippery Ben Whitaker is as a fighter. Because they both, Ben Whitaker is slightly taller, yeah, but it looks like he's a world away. That reach is insane. Again, gets out of the way of a jab and just continually, just head moving alone, ducking and dodging and moving, playing to the crowd and just having his way in this fight right now. He really is. 45 seconds, in the round one. With Whitaker in complete control already. Rivera went from smiling to concerned real quick in this fight. Good jab by Whitaker. Rivera misses or gets a jab blocked from him. Jab to the body by Whitaker. 22 seconds left in the round one of this fight. Whitaker's again working and walking Rivera down to the ropes. Good. When he's down. Whitaker knocks down Rivera. Just like that. One quick shot over the back of the head as Rivera tried to duck down. Whitaker knocks down Rivera immediately. Popeye is in a world of trouble as we're at the end of round one. That brother needs some spinach. I'm telling you, that brother needs some spinach right now. He needs some spinach right now because he's going to need some help. That was a smooth counter shot that we saw Ben Whitaker just land on the head of Rivera. Baited out a shot from the likes of Rivera. Backed up and then with that reach, stepped in and landed a chopping right over top of his head. That put him down. That put him down immensely. I'm telling you, this fight could end in less than 3 rounds. It could end in less than 3. And now Rivera is concerned, uber concerned. Watch the replay. He goes through jab to the body. And then boom, sets it up and just catches him. And that wasn't just an off-balance shot. That jab made him duck. And then he landed with a hook over top that was coming down and complete. That Dyson, that hurt him. And now we at the beginning of the end, y'all. It's about to be the round 2. And this could be the last round of the fight. This could be a quick night. And right now, everything that we wanted to see, shoot, oh my gosh, we knocked him down again. What the world? Ben Whitaker knocked him down again. A check hook I didn't even see. Knocked down Rivera, and the fight's over. It's over already. He was late to respond. The fight's done. It's over. Oh my gosh, it is done. It's done. Ben Whitaker just knocked out Rivera in 2 rounds. Rivera was late to respond to the referee when asking for him to continue to step forward, and I'm talking about that shot was so quick, I did not even see the punch land up until the reaction of Rivera crumpling down to the canvas and struggling to get up. Oh my gosh. Rivera's disappointed, but he didn't respond. He wasn't urgent enough with the response. And this, buddy, that was quick. That was everything we wanted to see against a very tough and legitimately dangerous Rivera. Ben Whitaker just shook up the landscape at 154 and beat Rivera with the greatest of ease. Again, it was less than 10 seconds into the start of round 1. Literally, it just started. And I told you I could end quick. And it just did. And Ben Whitaker just established himself as not just a fan favorite for a lot of fans in the States, but somebody that we got to keep an eye out on now at the light heavyweight division. There's a new player in town that B-Roll, Better BF, Cattle Smith, and the whole of 175 got to worry about. And his name is Ben Whitaker. This brother, part of Whitebeard's crew, is showing us some serious conquerors hockey right now. Because this man, I mean, just look, brother, that check hook off of a roll. It was so fast. It was so quick. Rivera did not know what hit him. Legitimately, he did not know what hit him. That is so insane to see. He did not know what caught him. By the time he was able to get his bearings together, it was that much of a demonstrative shot. And brother, Ben Whitaker is on pace to be one of the biggest threats at 175. If you're Bebo, you better start looking over your shoulder. You have to. You have to. If you're Bebo, you need to start looking over your shoulder. If you're better BF, this cat, I'm not saying you can't beat him. You can. But we're looking at a man who is legitimately a force to be reckoned with. That it's going to be tough for anybody at this division. Anybody. Imam Kavat, David Morrell, Callum Smith, Joshua Barassi. It does not matter. This cat is on pace to get to a championship quick. And I'm going to tell you this right now. His championship window may be closer than we think. It could be. He's 11-0. Now 12-0 with, I think, 9 KOs or 10 KOs counting this knockout. We are now in the midst of, we're going to see Ben Whitaker probably pushed immensely. Because beating Rivera is a legitimately impressive thing to do it in that dramatic of a fashion. Mind you, he's only been beat twice. I can't remember if he's been knocked out in those losses. And so for the majority of this fight, we saw this man head moving alone was the thing that was getting him out of dodge. That's what made it so incredible. Head movement was the thing that was getting Ben Whitaker away. Distance management and slickness of his head movement. His feet to keep Rivera away. His jab to be able to set up shots. And the head movement to avoid everything that was coming at him. Just without, didn't even look like a reckless thing. He made Rivera look leagues under him. Leagues under him. This cat's one of the most skilled fighters at light heavyweight. I gotta say, I would be remiss if I didn't. This man is one of the most skilled fighters up here at light heavyweight, without a doubt. Without a doubt. I don't think that is in any way bad to say. In any manner bad to say. Because I think that's the truth. This brother is Ben Whitaker. I needed to see this fight be a dramatic win. He did it. Oh, he done. Forget just gave my respect, but he's a threat. He's a threat. He's a threat now. He's a threat. I gotta be honest. He's a threat. He's a real threat. If you didn't believe that he can be anything before, you better believe it now. You better believe it now. He's gonna be something serious. He's going to be something serious. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. I tell you, that's preposterous. That's ridiculous. That is ridiculous. Ridiculous to see that happen. Oh my gosh, man. As I'm taking a drink to rehydrate real quick. Speaking of which, this action ain't that good. This actually ain't that, well, actually, this flavor, the brand is great. And if you want to sponsor me, hey, feel free. But the drink, I don't think I like that plum. I don't think I like, what is this, tangerine? Yeah, I'm blood orange. That's what it is, blood. I'm not really a big fan of blood orange, crazy enough. I'm more of a raspberry type of guy. But either way, regardless of which, that's neither here nor there. The biggest thing is, we just saw Ben Whitaker make everybody believe in the States. Okay, all this noise is real. And didn't I tell you that the power was scary? Did I not tell you that the power that he has is insanely scary? These were one-shot knockdowns and knockouts. One shot. Brother, he landed directly on the chin in that last knockdown that ultimately knocked him out. He was out before he landed. No wonder the ref didn't want him to continue. His eyes were still glazed over. He was about to get hurt bad if he went back out there. This man's power, I got to be honest, it might be some of the best in the division. It might be. It might just be some of the best in the division. Because it's one punch level power. It's not volume. It's not bludgeoning. It is picture perfect. If I land in the right spot, you are going down. I've seen that too much now. Like this is real. This brother's real. I'm telling you, it's ridiculous. Let me see. You think Ben is ready for Yard? With how he's looking right now, it's close. It's close. He's close. He is very close right now to being able to compete with Anthony Yard. He's not there yet. But I'm putting him within that Buatsi, Callum Smith level. I know it's early. I'm putting him there right now. Ramirez wasn't top 10. I know he's not top 10. I'm not calling him a top 10 level fighter. I am saying Ben Whitaker was going up against somebody who, if there was an opportunity, he was 27-2 before this fight, to show that you can take power and or against somebody who can be a legitimately tough opponent. You can go and put their lights out, and he's got some level of respect. I wanted to see that. A lot of people did. And even though you don't got to be top 10 to be ranked as somebody who is, or to be seen as somebody that's a respectable win. This is a respectable win. In the fashion that he did it, opens a lot of people's eyes, and mine included, to see how he got this win. Makes me look at him with everybody else. Okay, he's real. Even if he's not at that level yet, if you put him in that picture, I'm not mad at you. I'm not. Skill for skill wise, he's in the vicinity. I think that's fair to say. He's in the vicinity of a Buatsi. I don't think that's out the question to think. Callum Smith's getting ready to fight Bebo, understandable for the title. If you think he's not better than Callum Smith, that's fine, but he's not too far out the ballpark. I'm not saying next fight he deserves a championship. I'm not saying that. Be clear. I'm not saying that. I'm not going that far. What I am saying, he is now, especially after this win, especially with America seeing this brother as, oh my gosh, this brother is doing exactly what we had seen over in the States or over in the UK. The machine of DAZN and Eddie Hearn, that's going to be behind him. He's going to have a presence that he can push and market himself to get bigger fights quicker. And similar, not similar, but how we were saying, oh, Atama can be heavyweight champion, younger than Mike Tyson, and they were really pushing that agenda. I'm telling you, after this win, we might see Eddie Hearn start pushing Ben Whitaker in this same way of whether you may think he's not ready or not, he's going to push him to get to these types of fights to set him up for a Smith or a Yard or Buatsi or things of that nature. Because right now the iron's hot and Ben Whitaker probably feels, I can take on anybody. And the public's starting to feel, hey, this brother may just be able to take on anybody. And don't be surprised if, 3 fights from now, we see this brother, I'm ready to work. I wouldn't be surprised if by the end of the year, he's back in the ring. Because of how easy this fight was. I wouldn't be surprised. I would not be surprised if they try to find a way to get Ben Whitaker back in the ring, potentially for another huge card that can take place, whether it's with the Ring Magazine or just straight up DAZN and Matchroom themselves. And he fights later on against a name that, hey, all of a sudden you got to garner more respect. And now this fight may set up something down the line for 2027. Oh my gosh. The Bebos, Callum Smiths, Yards, and others, they're now in the direct vicinity. We got to start taking this challenge serious. So it's there. I do think it's there. I think it's going to come quick. It's going to come incredibly quick. You know why? Because don't be surprised if it follows the same path as what we see with Moses Atama and and Hergovich. Don't be surprised if we start seeing that type of road being done. That he gets to a point where, yeah, a top 10 level fighter, just like Hergovich was in the top 10 of the heavyweight world. That's the fight where once he gets that, if he wins at that level, all right, well, the title's the limit. And it could come in less than a year. It could come in less than a year. Because also B-Ball's getting older and getting more injured. Archibald B was 40-something. Anthony R is still a threat, but as he might be damaged goods after what we saw David Benavidez do. Callum Smith is getting older. And other people in the rankings of light heavyweight, they are not as much spring chickens. But if you can get a fighter in a division who is incredibly young, incredibly exciting, and looks like his ability can translate well beyond what his age would say, they'll take that chance. They'll do it. And don't be surprised if they do in the slightest. Don't be surprised. Callum Smith is number 2, yards number 3 in the ring. Yep, they both are. Got to see him versus the top 10 fighter first. And that's fair. That's fair. This is not me saying, okay, yes, he is guaranteed. It's B-Ball better be here than nobody else. But, of course, you're going to need to see him against a top 10 caliber fighter. What I am saying is he is ready for a top 10 caliber fighter now. Ben Whitaker is ready for a top 10 fighter now. He is. He's that good. He's entertaining. He's fluid. He's long with his reach and his distance. He's got one punch level power. And these instincts are getting more and more refined fight by fight by fight. He's getting rid of people that he should get rid of when he should get rid of them. He's not overstaying his welcome because you don't get paid overtime. He's getting people out of here now relatively quickly while showing still the majority of tools in his tool belts. And it looks like even now, these small steps up, they're going to be good for him. But development-wise, it looks like he may be well further past that. In the world of top 10, yeah. Wanting to see him, I completely understand. I completely understand. But I think he's ready for it. Give him that test. Give him that challenge. Give him that opportunity. Give him that chance to show the world I belong. Put him against Najee Lopez. Put him against Albert Ramirez. Put him against anybody within that top 6. Put him in. Let's see what he can do. If not now, next year. Let's see what he can do. I'd say next fight, make it a top 15 guy. Next fight, make it a top 15 guy. And in 2027, you be the top 10 dude. And 2027 would start to run. You're going to build up your chance to get a title. Or at least a title shot. That's my thing. That's what I strongly believe he's ready for that. I strongly believe he's ready for that. I'm telling you, I can't wait. I can't wait. This is what boy, man, it's crazy to think that in this day and age, we have a Boots Ennis and a Ben Whitaker. Ben Whitaker fighting like Prince Nassim, somewhat with influence. Boots Ennis fighting like Roy Jones with a heavy influence. We're dealing with a really unique time in boxing right now. We got a lot of potential generational talents that are moving through the ranks of the boxing world and looking serious, really serious. That's gotten people to pay attention. It's an exciting time right now. I'm telling you, it's so exciting. It's ridiculous. I can't wait to see his next fight. Ben Whitaker just made a fan out of me. He did. Ben Whitaker just made a huge fan out of me. Without a doubt. Made a major fan out of me. And I can't wait to see how he continues to unfold in his career. And I'm telling you, top 15 guys should be next. And top 10 guy by 2027, I guarantee you that's in the cards. If not, they may just go top 10 straight up first. even though it's early. And I'm all for it. Because I think Ben Whitaker is just that good. But we're going to take a break. I'm going to use the bathroom real quick. And we're going to try to refuel and regroup and get ready for the co-main event. Good gosh, that came quick. When it comes to Vargas going up against, Emmanuel Vargas going in his, it's not a championship fight, but the co-main event of the night is about to take place, and we want to make sure that we go and cover it with you all going up against Bryce Mills. But we're going to take a quick break. We're going to step away real quick, and we will be back in a couple seconds to refuel, regroup, and continue this whole escapade of talking about the world of boxing and beyond. Well, not, specifically, we're going to be talking about boxing today unless something big breaks outside of the rest of the sports landscape and calling the fights blow by blow, round by round, minute by minute, and having your debates and discussions. So keep it locked. Don't go anywhere. Stay right here, and we will be back in a little bit as we continue to call and get ready for Boots Ennis versus Xander Zayas for the unified super welterweight championship of the world as the main event coming up after the co-main event, which is next. So stay right here. Keep it locked, and we'll be back in just a short while. Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, everybody from home around the world, we are back and we're here and we're live covering more of the fight night tonight between Xander, Zayas, and Jaron. Boots Ennis as we are getting ready for the main event of the evening. And again, we're at the co-main event right now with Emmanuel Vargas versus Bryce Mills happening just next. But even still, we are all excited and gung-ho, ready to take on the globe as we continue to call fight by fight, blow by blow, commentary for you to witness and enjoy and discuss the rest of the boxing world together, as everything is still unfolding with a vast majority of other topics and conversation that we can indeed delve into. Like with the poll right now, we had a poll up for who thinks Boots will KO Xander Zayas, and 83% of you all believe that Boots Ennis will knock out Xander Zayas. And I asked the question earlier, if he does not, will that be underwhelming and change your perception of Boots as a fighter at 154, if all of a sudden his power doesn't show to have the same dominating nature as we've seen in the past? I still would like to hear your thoughts and responses. But even with that being the case, there's still more to come in the world of boxing. We had a bunch of reports and news going on right now, like with Chris Mannix coming up on the screen was saying, like with T.O. fighting Rolly Romero, like with potentially Virgil Ortiz signing with Golden Boy. And again, for those of you that are still unaware, Virgil Ortiz is potentially in a position to fight Ryan Garcia, moving up to 154. Now, it sounds preposterous, I know, but it's real. It's an actual possibility. As much as people say he's just got the 147, he just beat Mario Barrios, we want him to fight against Devin Haney. We want to see that rematch that would surely shake up the landscape of the culture of sports and boxing as one of the most high-profile fights that we could see on any given night this year. But that looks to be potentially on the back burner for now, as if this does come to pass, we would see Virgil Ortiz face off against one of the fastest hands in the land in Ryan Garcia in a truest test of size versus size, as Ryan Garcia has always been a huge man in his own right as a fighter. And he would be going to depths that even Devin Haney has not stepped into, which is fighting at the weight class of 154. Again, it is in position to potentially happen, as we've discussed with the president of Golden Boy saying there's been some motion for that fight to take place. But as it unfolds, we will again give you the information as it relays to the public. But it is on the table. Also with that, more stuff with the whole talks of, there has been some rumors that I heard with Devin Haney and Shakur Stevenson, Keyshawn Davidson, that whole cycle of news, as that is still dominating the airways for a vast majority of people to be able to see what would actually shake down from talks of big time fights to all of a sudden no noise at all. And if we didn't get to bring this up earlier, I'm going to bring it up now for those of you that may not know, because, wait, hold on, wait a minute. Oh, okay, never mind. I thought it was said that Canelo and Billy had gotten canceled, but no, Christian and Billy and Canelo Alvarez, their fight has been moved back from September 12th and it's been postponed. I'm just finding this out now, actually, in the cycle of news. Hold on a second, it should be showing up on your screen. There we go, right here. I'm just finding that out. And again, we're just talking through the rest of the world of boxing as we're waiting on Emmanuel Vargas to go against Bryce Mills here for, I think it's the WBC Silver Championship, but the co-main event before the main event with Xander Zayas and Boots Ennis. But as you can see right here, the Canelo Alvarez fight has been postponed, not due to injury, but because they're going to move that from September into Riyadh seasons. That probably will be November. October, November, we see that fight take place. We got to wait a little bit longer to see an all-out, knockdown, drag-out, pressure versus pressure war between these two. Also, why in the world is Cam Scatterboo? Is there a connection that I missed? Why is Cam Scatterboo running back for the New York Giants? Why is he walking out Emmanuel Vargas? Am I missing something? Indeed, is there a connection there that I don't know? Interesting choice to say the least. At least from the standpoint of I don't really see where that would lie. Like maybe they're just good friends. And hey, if that's the case, that's the case. It is what it is. I'm just it kind of threw me off a little bit. But I digress. The main thing is, we are talking to the rest of the world of boxing as we're waiting on this fight to take place and begin with the co-main event. But Canelo and Billy has been postponed. Now, another thing that we had covered earlier in the week, leading into this Boots fight, we were saying that we had heard, or not been confirmed, Tank was champion in recess at 135 pounds, which we had covered was a very frustrating sentiment because we thought we'd actually get some fights with him versus Schofield. Schofield's going to be elevated to championship status, almost assuredly, off the backs of this position. He's going to fight for the title. I forget against the name of the butter, but that's going to be going down. But technically, Tank hasn't lost the title based on the verbiage of what it means to be champion in recess. So because of that, with all the drama with Shakur Stevenson, Devin Haney, Keyshawn Davis, these are people that are just tuning in and may not have heard this opinion. There might be a world, since Tank is out and since Shakur ain't able to get a fight with Devin Haney, if Shakur is really willing to come back down to 135, it might be that he's willing to come down to fight for Tank's title when he comes back into boxing and we get that mega fight as the big money he's been looking for. Instead of the $100 million deal with Devin Haney versus Shakur. Again, hypothetical. But it would make sense based on the positioning of what has happened, what hasn't happened, and what we want to see happen between all four of these huge names, Keyshawn, Shakur, Haney, and Tank Davis. If this does indeed come to fruition, that would be one of the most spectacular things that we could witness. That would be one of the best things that we could see. I would love it. But again, only time will tell. But that's just what are the happenings surrounding the world of boxing going forward. As right now, we're getting ready to go and see Emmanuel Vargas potentially go and take one step closer to becoming a world champion. I believe his father is a Hall of Famer, if I remember correctly. Let me make sure to validate that. Let me make sure I got that information right so I can actually give you the breakdown of the history of said fighter, because I believe he does have a pedigree. Okay, yeah, his dad was Fernando Vargas. That's what I was thinking of. IBF and WBA champion in the in the 2000s. Had a litany of awards with some of the biggest names in the world like Oscar De La Hoya, Shane Mosley, and others as a true warrior's warrior. And he's looking to walk into his footsteps and continue his rise to fame. And he's been pushed a lot. I mean a lot as a potential next it guy. At least for Golden Boy to build their stable around in the world of, I believe it's Golden Boy that he's with, that is a stable of product. If I'm wrong, please enlighten me. I'm trying to make sure there's a lot of people going to a lot of different fighters. I'm trying to make sure who's where. Whoever is in charge of the career of Vargas, they're trying to piggyback off the pedigree and potentially the new it face for a whole swath of people to have as a built up fixture in this division and beyond. And if he is successful, he can potentially live up to the hype. I don't know if he's as good as some people may say. We're going to find out if he can get over this test and validate at least some of the critiques that people may have as we're in round one of this fight. Right now, with the likes of Vargas versus Mills. And again, this is the co-main event before Boots Ennis versus Xander Zayas. The co-main event of what's going down. Jab to the body by Vargas. Quick jab to the body by Vargas on the body of Mills. Vargas in the green gloves and red trunks. Mills in the orange gloves and white and orange trunks. And Mills throws out a double jab against Vargas. Vargas again looking to continue his ascension into championship positioning. Good shot by Mills that lands on Vargas. Good two-punch combination. With his father being a multi-time champion, with his father having wars with some of the best in his era, he wants to go and take that legacy and add to it if he can. Good shot by Mills, though. Another double jab that lands and gets through the guard of Vargas. Mills is pretty speedy, I'm not going to lie. Mills got some decent, good shot by Mills. Again, a good looping hook that lands as Vargas tries to circle out. Uh-oh. Well, I thought something happened to Vargas, like his wrist has gotten broke or something. But we're still in the fight. A minute 40 left in round one of this fight. Good combination by Mills. I think he hurt it to the body, actually, as Vargas has to go and clinch up. Mills coming out very aggressively, going to try to really push the issue against Vargas to land something serious and get the real estate in his favor. Vargas with some shots downstairs. Hooks downstairs to the body yet again from Vargas. Uppercut by Vargas. Good hook by Vargas that lands on Mills, but he takes it incredibly well and keeps on trucking forward, does Mills. Minute and 9 left in round one. Good straight right by Vargas that lands on the head of Mills as they're both back to the center of the ring. Mills with some pretty good combination punching and aggression right now. Doubling up on the hook on the inside. Straight right downstairs to the body for Mills as Vargas exits the clinch. This is going to be a speed for speed type matchup because they both really moving right now. Hook to the body for Mills that lands. Check hook for Vargas, I think might have landed also. Big uppercut by Vargas that just barely misses Mills with a great slip to get out the way. 27 seconds left in round one. As Mills again keeps on stalking and trying to follow Vargas around the ring. Uppercut to the body by Vargas. Straight right to the body by Vargas. And again, Vargas clinches up. It's about the second time a shot to the body has caused Vargas to clinch up on his opponent. Good counter jab by Vargas. That was a good counter jab. Shoot, that came out like lightning. Another straight right by Vargas that lands. Doubling up the straight right by Vargas. As the round is over, the end is strong. Hey, man. That's pretty good. And see, Vargas might have seen something working there. That straight right. Mills is not reacting to that straight right that's coming down the line for the likes of Vargas. So Vargas may have a window of doubling up on it. Use that as a jab potentially. It can even further elevate your ability to cause damage and score in this fight and potentially set up some bigger shots in later on stages of this co-main event that you're in. And if that's the case, we could potentially see him really do some damage and really put on a memorable performance that gets him closer and closer to championship acclamations. But again, we still want to hear your thoughts and opinions and talking about the rest of the world of boxing, even beyond this fight, because even while we're calling the action, we can still answer some questions, answer your opinions, get your thoughts together, and have your have a debate in the chat with you here with us on today. But as we're going into round two on this show, on this live stream commentary, in the co-main event of Jaron Ennis versus Xander Zayas, we are at Emmanuel Vargas versus Bryce Mills. I don't know why I got the hiccups. What the world? The world's going on? Why I got the hiccups? You know, I'm trying to control my breathing a little bit. I think that's about it. I'm gonna breathe a little bit more. Talk a little bit slower. That's what I'm gonna do. We're gonna see if that fixes it. Good 1-2 by Mills that lands. Vargas with some good technical work. Both of them doing some good technical work, trying to land on each other on the inside. Mills chases after Vargas and lands a leaping right hand as Vargas clinches up and they reset. Mills again pushing Vargas back to the corner. Good straight right by Mills. Straight right to the body, misses for Mills as Vargas jumps out the way. I'm telling you, Mills is really giving Vargas a lot to think about. And there he goes again. There goes Vargas doubling up on that straight right. That is it worked last round. Keep on using it. Don't let what is useful dry up. Keep on going to the well. I'm glad he's doing that. Another leaping straight right hand, or another essentially almost a pull counter of a straight right hand for the likes of Vargas. Mills bum rushes him, and Vargas clinches up. And that was Mills on the ropes and Vargas on the attack. Pushing Vargas back, and Mills again double jabs it out and gets Vargas back on the ropes himself. Straight right downstairs to the body. Circling around the ring, back to the center. 1 minute and 5 seconds left in round 2 of this fight right now. Again, this is the co-main event. Good short right hand by Mills to the body. Good shot to the head by Mills. Vargas was not prepared for that. As they're both starting to dog it out a little bit on the inside. Good shot by Mills again. And another straight right hand that lands for Mills. Mills is landing the better eye-catching shots against Vargas in this fight right now. Oh, that's a good straight right that almost buckled the knees of Mills. And then he lands again, but he gets countered with the jab. Both of them trade with each other. Good hook by Mills as Vargas tries to go and initiate a clinch. 20 seconds left in round 2 of this fight. Uppercut to the body by Vargas. That's a good shot. Vargas is going to try to steal this round by landing some more voluminous shots. Good shot to the body by Vargas. Another good shot to the body by Vargas. As they're both clinching up for the last 5 seconds. And the round is over. As we get ready to step into round 3. Mills is a good body puncher. Yes, he is. Yes, he is. And he's a lot faster than I expected him to be. I'm going to be honest. He's a whole lot faster than I expected him to be as a fighter when it comes to dealing with Vargas. I knew Vargas was quick. And again, that snipe-like straight right that he's able to throw, it's working. But Mills, he's speedy. He's really speedy. And he's using that speed to keep on landing shots downstairs to the body. And look, that hook that he just landed, as they're showing the highlights, the hook that he landed was also because Vargas was ducking down, anticipating a shot downstairs to the body, already positioning himself to be able to guard. Got caught up top. He's mixing up his game incredibly well. Incredibly well. It's phenomenal. And it could be, and you say you smell an upset coming. It might be. It might be, because Mills right now, he's more than holding his own. He's winning rounds as we're going into round 3. Good shot as they both trade with each other to start off the round. Good gosh, I'm telling you, they running like a house on fire right now. They punching with some bad intentions right now against each other as we're in round 3 of this fight. Again, the co-main event before Boots, Ennis, and Xander Zayas. Uppercut by Vargas just misses. Hook to the body. Good 3-punch combination by Mills. Both of them in the pocket with each other. In that mid-range area, throwing long shots and straights. Hook to the body by Vargas that lands. 2 minutes and 16 seconds into round 3 of this fight. Chris Mannix has the scorecard 2-0 for Mills. I think it's 1-1 going into round 3. I don't think Vargas has won both of these rounds cleanly. I know he hasn't, actually. Let's be face it. I know he hasn't won these rounds cleanly. Straight right downstairs to the body for Mills. Another straight right by Mills. Uppercut by the likes of Mills, but it misses. Hook to the body by the likes of Mills. Being more active, and he's not landing everything, but he's being more active. Good straight, good uppercut to the body by Vargas as he exits out of the exchange. Hook to the head block. Mills almost lands a big shot, but Vargas just slips out the way with some head movement. Minute 15 left in round 3 of this fight. Uppercut, big uppercut to the body. That's a digging shot to the body for the likes of Vargas, and he pushes Mills back to the ropes. That might have hurt Mills a little. That shot may have hurt Mills a little bit. Mills is taking some willing steps back now. Hold on a minute. I think Mills may have felt that shot. Wait a minute now. Another uppercut downstairs for Vargas. I think he just found a chick in the armor for Mills. That uppercut downstairs, I think that did indeed do some real damage. Good counter shot by Vargas. 37 seconds left in round 3. Jab to the body by Vargas. Just missing with the counter uppercut. Oh, good hook. Oh, that's a knockdown. That's a knockdown, right? Yep, that's a knockdown. Yeah, that's a knockdown. That's a knockdown. Yep. Off of a defensive move, Vargas escaped out or angled out and landed a check shot on the head of Mills that threw him off balance and made both his gloves touch the canvas. That is a knockdown, and that is a 10-8 round for the likes of Vargas as this round ends. That's a big round. That's a big round. He hurt him to the body. He caught him downstairs. He made him kind of wince for a second and then used that pivoting, got off angle, got Mills off balance and landed a shot that forced him to go down, or at least forced him to touch the canvas. He wasn't hurt. He wasn't damaged. Be clear, he wasn't damaged. But it was very sneaky, very tactical. That was a very good, that showed you some of the experience and skill of what we see with Vargas as a thinking fighter. And I knew it. That body shot did hurt her. That body shot absolutely hurt her. It did. It absolutely. And so see, that was more. See, that's kind of like what we saw with Sandor Martin against Teofimo Lopez. A little bit of a push. Instead of he was throwing a shot, but he didn't land. It kind of shoved him down. Most likely that's going to be controversial, but either way, it counts as a knockdown as we're going into round 4. As we're going into round 4 of this fight. And now Vargas is definitely up. If by Chris Mannett's scorecard, he's probably up. What, 5-0? If we won't count the knockdown counting as 2 points or 10-8. It's going to be like Mills is going to really need to, he's probably going to need to step it up. He's probably going to need to step it up and win the next 3 if he can to keep this closer to him. If possible, because I guarantee Vargas. Shoot. Oh, gosh. Mills is down. Mills is hurt. Mills is wobbling. Mills just got shot with a straight right. That punch has been working. Mills is in trouble. Oh, get ready. Mills might be ready to go. He's wobbling. He's trying to fight for his life. Another big shot, and he's fighting. He's working through. Oh, and no, wait, no. What? Right when the action was starting to pick up, the ref steps in and stops the fight. That, I need to see the replay. Right now, Emmanuel Vargas just knocked out Bryce Mills. He just knocked him out. However, Mills was ready to go. But Mills, in the midst of getting stopped, threw like 8 punches in an exchange before falling down somewhere by the off-balance nature of the ref coming in between them. I don't know if that's the right stoppage. He was ready to go, and he was going to get knocked out, I do believe. But I think that might have been a tad too soon because of the last level volley that we saw Mills throw. That was at least alleviating the inevitable. Still a phenomenal win, and that one hit a quitter of a straight right that again went back to the well that was working before in the fight when round 2 was going. And he kept on throwing that straight, consistently, doubling and tripling it up. Went back to that well, did not let it go, and set up a counter and landed bluntly. Had that but a dazed and confused. I'm talking about Mills legitimately did not know what he got caught with. That's the second time I've said that on this show, but it's true. It's absolutely true. He did not know what he got caught with. when he got landed on with that shot. That was a sniper-like punch that we saw Vargas land to start the beginning of the end. And we're gonna watch the replay right now. As you can see, straight away. I mean, look, bro. I mean, the knees went one way and the head went another. It was sublime. It was a punch that was completely timed perfectly. Couldn't even register what was coming out in front of him. That's how quick that was. But he was struggling. He was out of it. He was struggling. I mean, that was directly on the chin. Right on the chin. That was right on the button, as they say for the older crowd. Right on the button. But see here, caught him on the back, caught him on the hook, caught him with the straight. Mills almost goes down, but doesn't. He gets crammed up, shells up. Oh, okay. All right, never mind. That was a good stoppage. That was good. Seeing it now, he was throwing, but that was a good stoppage. That was a good stop. I'm not mad at that. I am not mad. It was a good stoppage. He had almost buckled but stayed up. He had shelled up completely. And when he shelled up completely, that's when the ref stepped in. And then he tried to respond. But yeah, it was too late. That's not a bad stoppage. I'm fine with that. I'm definitely fine with that. There's no issue there. But look, hey, Vargas, hey, man, the run continues. The table's now set for friend and stablemate Zayas to go and do some incredible stuff. But that, for you, oh, that's gonna be on a highlight reel. That's gonna be on a major highlight reel. I guarantee you. Oh, they're gonna use that in so much marketing material, and you are now gonna be in a better position to elevate your career even more. It's going to be great. Let me see. Love King, what a shot. Brother, what a shot indeed. I'm talking, that was picture. You could not write a better counter than that punch. You couldn't write a better counter. And I'm going to say this right now. That same type of shot, y'all better look out for that shot against Boots on either end of the spectrum. I'm not trying to go and and look past what we just saw. But there's some stuff here. That straight right hand. Look for potentially Zayas to use that as a tool to time the likes of Boots or vice versa. With how quick that punch came out, that same outcome can happen when Zayas tries to throw against Boots and then immediately he gets tagged before he can even register what went down, because the reaction time could be a fact. But right now, hey, congratulations to Zayas. That brother is the new, I believe, silver champion in the world. I forget what his weight class is. I think his weight class is one. What is his weight class? His weight class is where's his weight class? Super lightweight. Okay, so that's 140. Okay. All right. I wasn't sure exactly what his weight was, but okay. So he's at 140. So if he's at, oh wait, hold on, so if he's at 140, wait a minute. That means he can get, oh shoot, so he's in the same capacity as Gary Russell, Dalton Smith, Shakur Stevenson, Andy Hiroka. Oh, so he potentially could have some really good fights down the line. Wait a minute. Wait a second. There's some names he can fight up here. There's some real names he can fight up here. I thought he was at 135 or maybe 130. I didn't know that he was at 140. That's an even bigger jolt to this division. That's an even bigger joke. This division I didn't even register. Oh yeah, no. Okay, so okay, so yeah. Now do I? Oh no, he can't. He can't beat. He ain't beating Hiroka. Not yet. He ain't ready for any of them yet. Skill wise, I don't think he's ready for them yet. Yeah, okay, yeah, so he's not ready for them yet, but he can indeed get there. I had to think about what I saw with Vargas versus what I can see going forward in his career against other people in this division. He's not there yet for the uber elites, but he's on his way. He definitely is on the way. But now, with all that being said, now we can do and get to what everybody has been asking for when it comes to the world of boxing and finally see the likes of the main event take place, take charge, and happen right in front of our eyes. And that is having Jaron Boots Ennis face off against Xander Zayas as the main event is on the way. The thing that everybody wants to see. And again, this is what the third knockout that we've had on the cards today. Not counting the prelims on the main event. On the main event card, excuse me. This is the third fight that we've had that's ended in KO. This could be a skeptical outlook on what we could see in the next 10 minutes. And maybe not 10, because it might be they wait a little bit longer to get some of these fights going. Because as you know, they go through and got to make sure they take the whole slot of time. They can't just have the fights going. Now, this ain't the ring. Well, they're just, no matter how quick it goes, we're just going to keep the fights going. This ain't that. So most likely, we'll have a couple minutes to actually talk and conversate about the landscape of boxing as we know it. But even still, now that Vargas, if you're just tuning in, Vargas just KO'd Bryce Mills to become the new silver champion at 140. Set himself up to be propelled as a golden goose per se of stardom and fan base to start to captivate the masses to make some bigger fights down the line in this division that already has an abundance of legitimately good talent all around it. And he just adds to the picture now, getting a good win, a great win actually, in terms of his individual performance on one of the, if not the biggest stage that he's been on in his career outside of when he showed up for the Super Bowl with Bad Bunny, winning that whole opening sequence for them in last year's Super Bowl. So, it was last year's Super Bowl. So, now that that's out the way, now we can get to the big stuff. Boots and Zayas. The danger of size versus skill. The danger of inexperience but outright talent versus lack of upper echelon threat level. However, a lot more experience in the ring. 29 years old versus 23, 24 years old. We're dealing with a unique dynamic of a fight that can make for a plethora of different outcomes. Vargas put on a show tonight. Great co-main event. No, it was. Absolutely was. The fight was exciting. The fight was intriguing. It ended in a knockout that was shocking. Because I'll tell you what, I did not think that straight was going to come and be as damaging as it was. But my goodness, this was good. This was really good. I'm so happy for Vargas. Because some people we've seen, I've looked at Vargas as, and this isn't everybody, be clear, but there is a swath of fans that have an outlook on Vargas as he's being pushed. He's somebody who has a pedigree, but as a fighter, I don't know if I can buy into him like what the public or like what the boxing world may say you should buy into him as. And this kind of helped to quell a lot of those issues for people saying maybe that he isn't what we think he is, and he's not really as good of a fighter, or at least he ain't what y'all say he is right now, and he's still got a whole lot more room to grow. But this type of win, especially doing it in this type of fashion, like, It's going to satisfy some people, at least for the time being. Let me see. Counterpunch, what's going on with Counterpunch Jay? We appreciate you on the stream. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for showing up. We appreciate you joining with us on the live as we're here talking about the world of boxing and beyond. Emanilo Vargas should fight Zar Abdaleev next. That's actually not a bad fight. That's not a bad fight. That would work, actually. That makes sense as a step in the direction to continue your path of garnering success and garnering building blocks to a championship. Getting more experience, getting more competition, doing more potentially dominant performances that get your reputation undeniably seen, or at least respected to the point that people gotta look at you as a serious threat amongst the top contenders of the division. I'm not saying he should be up here, give him a title now, but I am saying this for people that may have had some questions about him, whether it be power, whether it be durability, whether it just be outright skill set. This, what he did and what he showed, I think this is going to satisfy some people, like I said before. And so this is a really good step in the right direction to help keep on fostering a career that, in the end, they're looking at his buddy. He could be a future champion. I'm telling you, the business side of boxing, I guarantee, sees him as somebody that can be a future champion. He's got the look. He's got the fan base. He's got a quick style that people like to see. He can put on great fights and great performances. He can, especially now we're fighting against in a nearly packed house, as everybody now is coming in for Boots Ennis. Everybody over 18,000 people got to see him do this dominantly. He's making waves. He's making moves. And I'm excited to see how he continues to flourish in his career going forward. But again, we got to talk about the main event, because right now this is the thing that everybody is anybody right now picking Boots Ennis to lose this fight. Is anybody? I'm not asking this as a fan, I'm asking this as a pundit, because it's got to be somebody that believes that Zayas can actually beat Boots Ennis, even though it's an upset. Because we are on pins and needles, not just because of this fight, but what can happen after this fight for the likes of Boots. Remember, Boots, or Bozy Ennis, said he wants to fight Fundora after he fights Zayas, after he gets the titles. And he's finally living up, if he does indeed do that, he's finally living up to the moniker of going after Undisputed, like he said he was going to do at 147. Remember, y'all remember that. Y'all remember that. You all remember that. He was supposed to go and move up to fight at 147. He was supposed to thrive and win and be undeniable and have all the gold at 147 pounds without any reproach, without any notion. And with him beating Stanionis, becoming unified, yes, but then indecisiveness of whether he would move up, move down, then ultimately moving up but not taking the immediate test of a champion first, fighting against Lima, number 10 in the world. Yeah, he got him out in one round, but everybody was like, brother, this ain't the challenge that we thought that we asked for. Now this should start the run of danger and immediate threat that we have been asking to see for all this time. And it's going to be make or break. It's going to make or break. It's time for Boots to do his thing. Let's go. Hey, look, it is. It is. It absolutely is. And Boots Ennis is on. He's on a, I don't want to call it a clock, but he is on a scale that it's going to go one way or the other all the way. You know, the scales of justice are blind, but for Boots, it's visible, but that visibility is skewed. If he wins this fight, people are going to put him top 5, top 10. They are. They will. Whether you think that's fair or not. I don't think it is. You may believe it is. He's going to be, for some people, top 10 after this one win. For some people, he'll be top 5. Shoot, there's going to be some people that put this brother at number 3. Above Usyk, above Bam, above Inoue, above Shakur. If he wins this fight against Zayas. Even with all the other detractions about he hasn't fought somebody of Zayas' level. And saying that Zayas, even though he's a good fighter and should belong in this elite caliber of opposition, he's not the most elite that he can fight at this stage because there's still a couple of people that people say are better than him that he needs to go and take on with the belts. But that's going to be the talking points. If he wins, you're going to see a whole cacophony of people say that Boots is better than Shakur. He's better than Inoue. He's as good as anybody else in this division. And nobody can stop him. If he loses, though, all that conversation goes out the window. Oh, this brother's a bum. It's loud on the line for him. It's loud on the line. Front door, Boots might want to stay away from him. No, he don't. No, he does not. No, he does not. Be clear, he don't. Understand this fully. He does not need to stay away from Fundora. Boots Ennis, if he beats Zayas, he does not need to stay away from Sebastian Fundora. He needs to run towards Sebastian Fundora because this is no longer the waiting period. This is his 36th fight. 36 fights at 29 years old, and he's just now in position to get the biggest challenge of his career. There's no more waiting that we need to see. He's got to fight Fundora as quickly as possible, and everybody else as quickly as possible, because his prime is now, and the expectation is just that big, and he deserves and should be in that type of expectation. And he said he wanted to follow it, but he hadn't done it for who knows how long. Now that he's actually doing it, don't wait. Especially after you said, I can take on anybody. That's the standard that you set for your stuff. And if you do become a champion, you got to take on anybody that comes your way. And if you're the biggest cash cow, there's no need to wait around to try to go and get a fight if you think you can get more money because you said to yourself, you are the money. So guess what? The most money you can make is taking on the biggest challenges that you can take. I would think so. So don't wait around. Take the fights. Take the fight. That's why I want it to happen. I want to see him happen. Let me see. Counterpunch. I would like to see a fight between Najee Lopez and Ben Whitaker. Yes. 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 Oh gosh, yes. If it happens, it could happen November, December, or January. But a top 10 level caliber talent, Najee Lopez or others, that's who I want to see. I think, like I said before, he's ready for that position. He's ready for that moment. He's ready for that leap in competition. He's ready to take that jump into the deep end of boxing and shift everything for the better. He truly is. He truly is. It's just a matter of whether or not he is willing to do it. Or rather, whether or not Eddie Hearn pushes him to do it. And I do strongly believe he can do it. I know he can do it. I want him to do it. Because Ben Whitaker is all that. He is. He only has 11 fights. Understandable. Well, now I think 12, excuse me. But he is fit to be in the rankings of any of the best out there. Because his talent is worthy to have that level of respect. And it can translate beyond what his youthfulness is. It absolutely can. It absolutely can. Absolutely he can. And I want to see it happen. I absolutely want to see it happen. So yeah, I would love to see it. Boots versus Victor Ortiz. Virgil, excuse me. Boots versus Virgil Ortiz is the fight I want to see. Well, that also comes down to if Boots and Golden Boy comes to an agreement with what they're doing with negotiations. That also is going to be a thing. It's going to be a huge thing. We can get Ortiz versus Boots. We can get that for a title. We can get that fight for a title. Understand, we can get that fight for a title. If we see them come to an agreement, Oscar De La Hoya and Golden Boy with Virgil Ortiz, And let's say that fight with Ryan Garcia doesn't actually come to fruition. He could go and fight the likes of a Josh Kelly. Take his title, take his belt, take his position. And then after that, if Boots wants to go out the front door, that's perfectly fine. You then go and get that fight to go and capture all the titles. Win, lose, or draw, that's your opportunity. And that would be, after Fundora, the biggest fight that you could make in this division. Because now, that will be the last domino for Boots' career at 154 in a major scale that people say they would want to see fall. That makes sense. That's worthwhile. That's exciting. And that is tantalizing. It's the fight everybody wants to see. More than anything else, that is the most 50-50 affair that Boots Ennis has in this division. Without a doubt. I respect Fundora is the ultimate X factor. But in terms of a straight 50-50 ability versus ability, Virgil Ortiz is the closest opportune fighter that has the capacity to do something in a thinking and physical game against Boots Ennis. He's the one. He's that one. And because he is that one, trust me, that fight is feeding families to kingdom come if it did take place. That would be one of the biggest fights of the year. That would be, without a doubt, one of the biggest fights of the year. That would be, without a doubt, one of the most anticipated and most unpredictable fights that you could have in boxing right now. I think that's fair to say. That had to be fair to say. Because if it wasn't fair, this division would not look like a challenge. But the whole point of this, the whole buying in of this division and its ability to be so exciting isn't just because of the murderer's row that it is, but it's because Boots and Ortiz. With everything else that's in line to potentially happen, the cream of the crop can go and shock the system of there is a crescendo that if we reach that, blows the roof off the place. Blows the roof off of the place. I mean, it shocks everything in the best way possible. And that's why I just can't wait to see it. I can't wait to see it. I need to get this fight. Why can't it happen now? What is the holdup? What is the holdup? Are we waiting until 11:30? I hope not. Because doggone, I want to see this fight now. I want to see it now. But since we had to wait, since while waiting on interviews, let's talk a little. While waiting on some interviews, let's talk a little. Let's have a conversation. Let's really delve into some of the other news, like with potentially Usyk. Yeah. Don't forget, Usyk is a major fight that has the world shook up because we still don't know who's going to fight next. And we've been making all these assumptions. If you didn't know, Usyk gave away, relinquished every belt he holds. IBF, WBA, WBC, WBO I think was already won by somebody else. But regardless of which, he's no longer a champion. But he is still lineal. And see, that carries some weight. The lineal championship is not the physical belt like the Ring Magazine or the WBC or whatever. The lineal belt is the belt that holds the legacy of boxing in the title. For the first champion in history, up to now, for heavyweights or beyond, you carry that lineage and legacy. And you, until you lose, are constantly the man that beat the man that beat the man. All the way back to the first champion, you are a part of that lineage of I'm the guy that is the guy in boxing until somebody beats me, even without the other belts surrounding me. Normally, the lineal championship is also the Ring Magazine champion because oftentimes they hold the belt one and the same. But separate from even the ring, the lineal is its own thing. Usyk is still lineal champion. Usyk still has a legacy to defend. Because of that, Usyk still has an obligation. If we're going to look at a history standpoint, we still want to see him fight against people that are dangerous. The best of the best. The most prevalent boxers that can go and challenge and push him to the limit. That's what we want to see him fight. Without a doubt. Without a doubt. That's what we want. If we don't get that, and he fights, even though we can say Rico deserves a rematch, though he got knocked out, if he fights Rico, sick. Wilder, sick. Tyson Fury would be the most, I don't want to say fair. I don't want to say fair, but that would be the most, what's the word? What's the word? Well, I'm blanking. That would be the most reasonable fight to have happen if you go through this and you're fighting without a championship. But if not, it would just be. It still boggles my mind. It still frustrates me to no end. And it still irks me to kingdom come that this is our reality. Because I still wanted to see him versus Cabello. Cabello got elevated to full-blown champion. If you didn't know, Cabello just got elevated to the full WBC championship. He is now one of the 4 belt holders of this division without needing to fight for it at all. Which, credit to him. Congratulations. We're happy that's happening. We want to see that take place. We are excited that you are indeed getting your title that you deserved for the longest time. However, he wanted it in the ring. It's the same thing that we went through with Benavidez. Benavidez wanted to become champion in the ring. He wanted to be the guy to beat the guy. That level of cachet, respect, accomplishment of getting your hand raised is something that Cabello, sadly, was robbed of. Now, if Cabello still gets the shot with the title as champion and Usyk still says, hey, I'm going to fight you and I'm going to beat you, okay. But most likely, because he dropped the belt and Cabello was mandatory, we're not getting Cabello versus Zayas. Cabello versus Usyk. We're not getting Daniel Dubois versus Usyk. Most likely because he already beat him twice. We're not getting, if it's Frank Sanchez that gets the belt and becomes champion, we're not getting him. We're not. The only viable thing would be if we got a fight with Moses Atalma. And I say that because Atalma isn't a champion, but he's ranked, I think, number 1 in multiple sanctioning bodies, which would mean if Usyk does not fight for the rest of this year, Moses Atalma goes through and beats Hrgovic. That would then set up a potential opportunity. Moses would most likely get a shot at the title early next year. Usyk would still have his one fight available. We could see Moses get a title shot and win, and now that could be the final fight. Now, it's unlikely, because again, Usyk right now, you don't want to say a duck when it's somebody like Usyk because of how he's operated his whole career. But it sure enough looks close enough to it that we had to say it might be with all these other competitions. But there's something in me that still thinks he does want to have some legacy. There's something in me that does still think he wants to have a level of pressure still applied to him in this fight. Yeah, sure, Rico definitely shocked him. But it also looked like Usyk didn't really come prepared as we normally see him on fight night. Fell into the Tyson Fury trap when he fought against Ngannou. Now, it might be that this loss was the spark. Maybe he let him go because he needs to feel like he's back in his roots of I'm hungry again. Maybe. Maybe that's what. I'm throwing out stuff. Strictly because this just doesn't make any sense. Strictly. This, I don't want Usyk's career to end on a whimper when it comes to the last thing that we remember is him versus Rico, and then him versus, dare I say, Deontay Wilder. Dare I say, Derek Chisora. I don't want that. Who would? Because that would hurt the lineage, or rather the lasting legacy of Usyk for this generation. He would still be the best heavyweight of this era. That's not changing. He would still be solidified as one of the best heavyweights we'd seen. But he would not be seen in the same beloved nature if this was the end of how he went about his career. As we know oftentimes, boxing fans don't remember what you did as much as the last thing that you did. What you've done in the past, sure, they love to see. But then what you've done immediately, that's what lasts them longer. That's the thing that sticks in their mind. That's the thing that goes through and makes an impact and imprint. Don't believe me, Errol Spence Jr. Errol Spence had one of the best resumes at welterweight. Was arguably, before Terrence Crawford beat him up, the best welterweight in the world by most people's accounts. People don't bring up that. People don't bring up all that stuff. People bring up this brother got destroyed by Terrence Crawford. Beat up the Kingdom Come. And he's been out the ring for 3 years. He may never be the same. That's been the majority of what we said about Errol Spence for a cacophony of years. Over 3. We haven't even brought up, hey, if he came back, could he beat Keith Thurman at 147? Could he have stayed at 147 and rematch and gone through the rest of the other divisions? And there's some we didn't talk about any of that. We strictly said his brother might be shot. That was the last thing we remember. That was it. And I'm telling you, that is, we don't want to have that type of imprint be seen by on Usyk for what we see with his career after he's done, because he's almost done. Because he's in his last fight. Also, real quick before I continue talking, they're talking about Zuffa. Hold on a second. Hold on. I'm trying to listen to what they're saying about Zuffa. Dang it, I missed it. I was trying to see if they were going to bring up something about him fighting and working with Zuffa to make fights with him in Matchroom and get stuff shaking. Because we've been saying we want to see that for the longest time. Everybody has been saying they've been wanting to see that situation. And I, for one, do not think that partnership is ever going to be able to work out. I don't. This ain't like Matchroom and Quisenberry. This ain't like when we're looking at that 5v5 Wilder versus Big Bang Jang and all that stuff. It ain't gonna be like that. Because Dana is the enemy of the sport. That's the thing. That we need to be as blunt as possible. Dana White is the enemy of the sport. Whether you agree with it or not, it's the truth. He's the enemy. He's a man who the public sees him, the boxers see him, and they say, hey, this cat, we don't trust him. We don't like him. He's not doing business like we normally want to do. He is trying to mess up our sport. It's not just the fighters, it's the promoters. It's everybody around him. They don't trust Dana White, and for good reason. Because of what he may be trying to do. But the question is going to be, at some point in time, is the business just too good to pass up? Is the business too good to say, hey, we have to make sure shit? Because don't let it be a world. Don't let it be a world where all of a sudden Dana White keeps on signing these major fighters. Dana White is able to get Shakur, Devin Haney, or any of those types of level of names. Don't let it be that we get to a point where that turns into a reality where he's holding one of the biggest chips in boxing on his, in his pocket. Because if it does, we could see Eddie Hearn potentially have to capitulate, bend the knee, even though he doesn't want to. And even still, if they do sign with Dana White, any boxer for that matter, could be a situation where they are now running themselves into a hole, similar to Jaya Pattaya. I went because I thought I was going to get the money and the fights, and now I'm not getting the fights, and I'm losing out on money. A position that should have happened, I'm missing out on. An opportunity that could have taken place, I'm missing out on. All of this about what could happen with a boxer's career. Signing with Zuffa right now in this early stage could be dangerous, especially as a champion. Sure, Hitchens signed with him, but he dropped the belt immediately afterwards, in lieu of what they saw with Jaya Pattaya. Edgar Berlanga signed with him, but also Edgar Berlanga has made enemies with a whole host of people. And do many people want Edgar Berlanga? I'm not sure. He can sell, he can talk, but the value was the talent. Somewhat. I'll let you figure out whether or not it's worth it or not. Might have been the best place he could go. That, for him, makes sense. But for other people in Berlanga's position who are better fighters, more accomplished, that might not be enough of a reward for what you may be giving up, which is isolation. You could be giving up isolation. You could be ostracized from the public view with you being in this regime, in this community, in Zuffa. And look, we're still talking about Boots Ennis, I understand. We're still talking about Xander Zayas, I understand. However, we're waiting on that fight to take place, and we're trying to give you some time to have some comments and thoughts of your own. I don't want to wear down too much on the fight because we could get overbearing. But when it comes to just as a whole with boxing, we'll get back to the Boots Ennis stuff. This grudge match between Dana White, Matchroom, and specifically Eddie Hearn, is most likely going to end one or two ways. Either we going to see everybody gets to kumbaya, the money's too much, and we got to make this shake, or both sides stand their ground, and Dana White's going to have to show the public, without y'all, I can still be big. Without you all, I can still stand on my own. I don't need you. I talk that talk, and I'm now walking that walk. And now you got to come work with me. But right now, people still say you still need them. Understandably so. So until Dana White gets out of that mode, this could be a losing effort. It's going to be a failing endeavor. This could backfire. It really could. It really could backfire if stuff ain't careful. But now we're going back to the conversation of Zayas versus Boots, as we are still waiting on this fight to happen. My gosh, man, they probably not going to walk out till 11:30. They're probably not going to walk out till about 11:30. I hope they're not waiting till midnight. I hope they're not waiting till midnight. I understand we had early knockouts, or earlier knockouts than many people may have expected. But I hope they're not waiting till midnight to make this stuff happen. I really don't. People got to go to bed. People got work. People got church. People got things to do tomorrow. We got plans to make. And so, I just don't want to be waiting. I think the last time, I'm so used to the Ring Magazine cards where it's just you ain't waiting no time and you barely have time to sit and you're going to be able to, you ain't got time to eat. You ain't got time to go to the bathroom. You ain't got time to have some room. You just straight up watching and fighting. That's it. This has been, 20 minutes just about? Going on 30? Maybe I've just been pampered. Maybe that's the thing. I've just been pampered. I'm not used to having to sit and wait for the fights to happen. But while we're sitting here and waiting, when it comes to Boots Ennis, more specifically, let's talk about Xander Zayas. If Zayas beats Boots, do you think that would make Zayas a favorite to beat Ortiz? Do you? Because that's the next logical step, either Fundora or Ortiz. And we talked about he will be in position to get those fights if he beats Boots Ennis tonight. That's absolutely true. But the bigger question is, would he be favored? Would you think he would be not just more than ready, but comfortably ready to beat up the likes of Fundora or an Ortiz, specifically Ortiz? Because Ortiz, I could see, could get a fight with Xander Zayas. He could. He really could. Ortiz could get a fight with Xander Zayas. Ortiz could get a fight for a championship if he gets his unification. And it would be then, now the dream matchup that we thought would take place in the ring is not actually Boots that's stepping in with Ortiz, but now it's the Prince of Puerto Rico. It's Xander Zayas. That's actually a good name. Shoot. Hold on. Xander, don't take that. I'm copyrighting that. Or if you do take it, send me some loyalties. But it might not be Boots Ennis whooping feet walking into the ring. It could be the Prince of Puerto Rico, Xander Zayas, walking in after conquering what seemed to be an inconquerable task in Boots. Would that be enough to make you say Zayas could beat Ortiz? I would think for many people the answer should be yeah. It should be yeah. If he can beat Boots Ennis, skill wise, I still believe Boots is a better fighter than Virgil Ortiz, even though Ortiz is a very elite caliber talent. But if he can handle this guy, I'm not saying everybody else is easy pickings, but I am saying that everybody else is definitely manageable. Everybody else is definitely feasible. Everybody else in the world of 154 is absolutely on the table that, hey, I'll be just fine if I went and fought against them. And that's why I want to see if the fight between Zayas and Boots shows Zayas is going to be up to that standard. And right now, they're about to come out right. They're about to come out and fight, because now we got to tell the tape. What Zayas and Boots Ennis, both of them. And well, I'm not going to say young, because we've seen Boots 29 years old, 3 years old is Xander Zayas. Both of them 124. Good God, they both been fighting roughly the same amount of rounds as each other in their careers. Granted, Boots has had more knockouts, so he's been ending rounds quicker, but I digress. Regardless of which, the main event is here. It's time to get ready. Everybody grab your popcorn. It might be quick or it might go the distance, but Boots versus Zayas is now officially going down as we are starting the main event card. Get your questions together, get your comments in, get your picks in, and we want to see what you got to say, as we just had a poll end on our show having 69% of the vote say that Boots will knock out Xander Zayas. And I should have actually put it just straight up who's going to win. Let me not say knock out. Let me put out a poll real quick right now. Just say who wins. Right now, as we're having Boots Ennis walk out on screen. Who is it? Who's walking about? Is that you? That's Jadakiss. Oh, shoot. Oh, shoot. That's Jadakiss. That's Kiss. Oh, dang. Oh, yeah. Nah, he's really trying to live in the moment. He's really trying to vibe with the territory. He really is. He really is. He definitely, that probably is going to make him feel incredibly comfortable. But, let me make sure I get this poll out real quick so we can make sure we have you all up here. There we go. Okay, yeah, now we're going to put out a poll straight up. Not the knockout, but who wins outright between the two opposing fighters on tonight's fight. And this is a major task. It's a major risk. Also, if you would, please leave a like on the stream and keep on sharing the show. If you haven't already, one like makes a world of difference for us on our stream to help us go through and continue to make this show better and greater for everybody all around the world. As we got Boots bouncing up and down, the lights are strobing all around him. The crowd is buzzing and standing as they're witnessing potentially finally the crowning moment of Boots' career that we've been waiting for him to have for the longest time. But please, if you can, while we're waiting on this fight to happen, leave a like on the stream, because one like makes a world of difference to grow this channel immensely, and subscribe to the channel and share the show. Come on and join the empire and be a part of the hottest show in all of the globe. And if you like what we have on our show, hey, we could do this every 3 days out the week, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday afternoon, same time, same place, same channel, at around 12 and 1 o'clock. So you want to hear the aftermath of our reactions to all of this, be sure to be here, because you ain't going to want to miss what we have to say in regards of how this night is going to go. Let me see. They in New York, that man got Jadakiss walking about. Yeah, he does. He does, man. Like he is. I'm telling you. Are these boos? Wait, are they booing Xander? Hold on a minute. Hold on, are they booing him? My gosh, but I think they're booing Zayas. I think that New York crowd is booing Xander. That Barclays Center crowd, I think they're booing Xander. Either it just sounds like a mix or a straight up boo. But I mean, good gosh. I felt it was going to be a hostile territory. I didn't think it was going to be like this. I did not think it was going to be like this. Boots is a heavy favorite inside that arena. Okay, there we go. Okay, maybe we're just speakers. There's the loud cheers, but it wasn't nearly as substantial. Mind you, this is the champion walking out, so good gosh, man, this is gonna be insane. This is gonna be insane. Again, make your picks now. Who you think's gonna win? Because this is going to be absolutely reckless abandon from both of these fighters, from the standpoint of it's going to be all on the line. The fact that Xander Zayas is 23 years old, moving in this type of way, and having his real push for power in the standpoint of making legacy, having that happening now, this early, makes this so incredible, makes it so phenomenal, makes it so exciting. This is unlikely for a majority of fans in boxing. That's the truth. This is not common that we see in the sport, that we have a boxer taking on a test this soon, this quick, with such gusto and legitimate fervor, with the risk of losing being right there, where he is indeed a underdog as the champion, going into this fight where he has been moving with legacy, moving with purpose, and moving with the means of trying to conquer the world, doing the very thing that his own opposition in Boots Ennis said he was going to do, but then drug his feet in trying to do. He's 23 years old and similar to the same age as Sugar Ray Leonard, Muhammad Ali, and other champions were early on in their, Manny Pacquiao, early on in their career, they became champs, they dominated as champs, and they reigned as champions. They took on big-time tests against top 10 caliber fighters, top 2 caliber fighters, without a care in the world, from the perspective of working to push the envelope. We don't have many people that choose to do that willingly. We're getting into that cycle now where we're seeing that more often. Shakur Stevenson was doing it. He fought Jamal Herring. He fought Oscar Valdez. He became a 3-division champion in the process, ultimately beating Teofimo Lopez at 140 pounds, shocking the world, not just shocking the world with the win, but shocking the world and letting people see, yo, this brother is more than it. Forget just being unexciting. This cat is one of the best technical savants that we have in the globe. And he's still swelling up faces and fighting in a manner we said he was boring. He's showing up ain't. And he's moving with a purpose. Devin Haney, at 26, 27 years old, which is crazy to say, he's accomplished so much. And he's got only 5 less fights than Boots Ennis. And he's been pushing legacy consistently, fighting Ryan Garcia, fighting Vasily Lomachenko, almost getting in a fight with Shakur Stevenson, and potentially getting in a fight with Keyshawn Davis right now. He has been about that world of looking to make life hard in the best way possible. Because with the legacy comes the money. Zayas is moving in that same breath. He's moving in that same framework. And he's moving in a way that in what looks to be a very improbable task. He can potentially go and say, I'm ready now. More than you all ever realized. And I've arrived. And if that's the case, my goodness, a star is born in Xander Zayas for the globe to see. And if Boots wins, where it's finally, we're going to be saying it's about time. That we're going to be saying it's about time. It's about time that we saw Boots Ennis take this test. It's about time that we saw Boots Ennis take this road to success. And it's about time that we saw this man get the crown worthy of his title of being one of the best pure talents in boxing. We've heard of comparisons to Roy Jones Jr. We've heard of comparisons to one of the best generational and all-time great fighters in boxing has ever seen in Roy. However, he has not been following in any way the way Roy has fought in his career from the standpoint of building up a memorable resume that stands the test of time. And now this could be the beginning. He's 29 years old. His birthday was about 2 days ago. He has the capacity from this point on to take on three of some of the biggest names in boxing with Zayas, Fundora, and Ortiz, and then move up to 160, potentially take on Arizona Lara, potentially, if Janibek comes back, take on Janibek, and then move up to even 168, where he said he ultimately wants to end. He could fight a Canelo. He could fight a Hamzat Shiraz. He could fight a Carlos Adames. The world is potentially open door for him to go and move however he may please, with also pound for pound beginnings starting to be solidified if he can win this fight tonight and continue his run in his career with constant dominant names. It's there for him. It's right there on a platter. Boots Ennis just has to take it. Will he take that precedent? Will he take the moment and end this fight in a fashion that shuts up all naysayers, all critics? Or are we going to have more questions than answers about what we can see for Boots Ennis? Win, lose, or draw, if this performance is not up to par of what we expect to see for one of the greatest pure fighters that we have in the sport today. That's the layout of this fight. That's the landscape of this fight. And that's everything on the table for what this means for both of them. And I'm telling you, man, you cannot get better than a big-time fight, and this is one of them. This is one of them. This is absolutely one of them. This has turned into, from a fight that was seen as too far gone and a fight that was seen as he wasn't ready, this has turned into one of the most anticipated fights of at least the recent months that we've had in boxing. And I can't wait to see it. I'm telling you, it's going to be so exciting. Henry Bostic, how you doing? We appreciate you on the show. Good to see you. Thank you for showing up and showing out. Leave a like on the stream if you have not already. And let me see what you have to say. Jaron Ennis is about to cut him up and knock him out within 9 rounds. I got it within 7. Some people have it within 5. The latest I think would be is in 10. If we see this go to distance, I would be shocked in a good way. Because that would just show you how great and tough Xander Zayas is. If we see Xander Zayas win more than potentially 5 rounds in this fight, people better start getting really concerned. I'm going to say that right now. There are people that think Boots is going to win, but they think Boots is going to win without giving up a round. It ain't going to be that easy. But if Boots starts giving up 5 rounds, and we're getting into the second half of the fight, if it lasts that long, and he still is around, and potentially building up some confidence, we may have ourselves a problem. This is the literal biggest physical freak that Boots has ever faced. He towers over Boots Ennis, I think at 6 feet tall, weighing in at 153. Boots Ennis at 5'10", 153. Probably coming into the night at 160, I would assume. Zayas coming into the ring 6 feet, most likely 154 on the scales, but as of tonight, he probably is wouldn't be surprised if he got up to 175. Or something along that line of rehydration's got this man really bulking up and bulging out with muscles. And that physical aspect of the fight, the speed, Boots is going to be faster. The power, Boots might just have, probably is going to have more power. But Zayas is strong enough that his power may just take some level of concern that garners Boots to gain some respect. And the range and the body work of Xander Zayas may just come into play. Using that footwork and lateral movement. It's not Shukajan level, but it's enough to move around the ring and cause Boots to get frustrated and or annoyed. And if you can make Boots annoyed, you can come through. Wait, Zayas is only 5'10"? There's no way Zayas is only 5'10". There's no way Zayas is only 5'10". He's got to be 6 feet tall. We saw the weigh-in. We saw the weigh-in. There's no way he's 5'10". I digress, though. Zayas, with that counter-punching ability, with that body work, and with that movement of being able to use the ring, even though it's not at the elite caliber of a Majimov or Shukajan from being able to bounce and utilize that whole thing, it's still good enough that at range, he can make Boots have to work for that punch, work for the offense, work that to track you down and follow you. And if you can make him do that, you may just get under his skin. If you get under his skin, he can get annoyed and not do stuff that he should be doing in the fight. And if he doesn't do that, all of a sudden the vulnerability and the holes in the defense that we've said have been shown up before could show up and in this fight be damaged. If he is on pace to be defensively sound, though, in terms of Boots Ennis, now that, like he was against Lima, well, now that opens up a whole new level of struggle that we will see Zayas go up against. What Boots are we going to see? And what level will Zayas amplify himself up to? Who's going to turn up? Who's going to turn down? Who's going to come out with the gold and the world at their feet? This, the Prince versus the Prince of Philadelphia, the Prince of Puerto Rico. Who is going to take that next step into greatness? We're about to find out right now. Then it's time to work, it's time to shot, and it's time for round one of this fight. And a quick jab by Boots Ennis starts off the round. Boots Ennis in the pink or hot pink gloves with the pink shorts. Zayas in the red and orange gloves and red shorts. Big hook by the likes of Boots. Double jab by Boots. Triple jab by Boots. That's already is scoring on the head of Xander Zayas. Another jab by Boots Ennis. That lands. Zayas tries a good counter by Zayas slipping under a jab and going downstairs. Boots already looking a little bit looser than I've seen before at the start of these fights. Jabbing and working on trying to work on the inside. Being the initiator of this action that we see. These are both of them in the center of the ring. 2 minutes, 18 seconds left in the round one. Jab to the body by Zayas. 3-punch combination by Boots, and Boots poses as he misses the shot. 2 minutes left in the round one. Straight right by Boots that misses. Another right by Boots that misses. Zayas again, that height, that build, he is a big man with some good range. Jab downstairs to the body. Good hook by Boots that he sets up off of a feint. Good straight, good 1-2 by Boots. And another one, he switched to southpaw. Wait a minute, Boots is in southpaw already from round one. Oh gosh, I just said I don't think he would need to, but he's doing it already. Some of y'all said he wouldn't work if he goes here. We're gonna find out because he's already in the stance of southpaw early in this fight. Zayas again taking the middle of the ring. Good shot to the body by Boots Ennis. Good counter by Boots Ennis. 1-2 by Boots. As Zayas, again, landed a shot to the body in the midst of that exchange, but Boots got the better of it with that speed that he brings to the table. Boots being a little bit, good shot, good jab by Zayas, though. Good shot, and moves his head out the way of the punches for Zayas. Oh, and he's down. Already. Wait a minute. Oh, he's down. Zayas is down. Wait a second. Wait a minute. It could be the beginning of the end. Wait a second. Zayas might already be in trouble. Zayas might be hurt. Zayas might be in danger. It's already round one, and Boots has knocked down Zayas. Oh, Lord. Oh, my. Everybody get ready. Roughly 37 seconds left into the round right now. But Zayas looks to try to compose himself, looks to try to get this fight going to where he's able to regroup, and recalibrate. Because this is looking dangerous. It's looking dangerous right now. Uppercut by Boots Ennis. Now he's starting to posture. Another jab by Boots. Feint by Zayas. Jab to the body, another straight right to the head by Boots Ennis. Told you he's willing to take a punch to give a punch. Another shot on the inside. Zayas is hurt again. Zayas taking stuff in the round. Zayas is hurt, he's clinching up. Oh my. Oh my gosh, this is getting big. This is getting real. Yeah, this is a different game. Oh Lord. Oh my. Hey, look, Boots by KO in round 3. Hey, it could happen. It could happen. If he gets Zayas out of there within 3 rounds, you better believe this would be spectacular. Absolutely spectacular if he was able to achieve that. He knocked you with a short right hand off of the speed of his shots that landed on the head of Zayas. Look, what? He goes through, lands a hook, then boom. Check hook that started it with a left straight, and then another left straight and a hook that came over top. The combinations of Boots Ennis when you're in the pocket, once you get inside that mid-range, what's so dangerous? Zayas, he doesn't get out the way like you would need to. He's not a mover. What did I say? He can move, but he's not no Sugar John. That's why I didn't bring it up. It wasn't that fervent of what we're going to see. He's going to need to use that movement, though, because right now he's going to need the box. As we're in round 2, as Zayas and Boots has already knocked down Zayas in this fight already in round 1. And he's not, again, Boots is really not really getting out of gear. But he's already looking spectacular. I mean, my gosh, the crowd's murmuring. They're buzzing. He's in the fight. Good shot by Boots. Another 4-punch combination. Good shot to the body by Boots. Hook to the head by Zayas. Both of them in the clinch with each other. That physically imposing nature of Zayas, we need to see how he's going to be able to respond. That body work, how is he going to go and accomplish this to be able to make the damage go more fervently? Good 2-punch combination by Zayas, but it misses. Oh, good shot by Zayas, that lands. Good shot, good straight right by Boots, that lands. Another hook. Now Boots is starting to go in for the kill. Face is getting a little bit angrier now. Good hook by Boots. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's a good straight right. Oh, good straight left, excuse me. Boots is literally just walking down Xander's Zayas. He's just sitting directly in the pocket. And every punch that Zayas throws, he is responding with something better. Every punch that Zayas throws, he's looking to counter. Every single punch, he's looking to counter. Now he switches back to orthodox. This Boots Ennis. Missing with a jab to the body. Zayas still in orthodox right now. Jab to the head for Zayas. Jab to the body, excuse me, for Zayas misses. We're at 1:09 left in round 2 right now. Big hook by Boots misses, but Zayas lands with a hook of his own. Though I think it grazed the top of Boots' head, though. Good hook by Zayas, though. Zayas has a good shot. Again, Boots, he is still getting hit. It's not that he gets hit a lot. It's the big shots are the ones he's always getting hit by. That can be a potential danger. With the power, good movement. It's just standing still as he avoids the shots of Zayas. I'm telling you, the instincts of Boots Ennis are still just so incredible. They're so refined and they're so sharp and quick. He can take these types of chances because he's that type of fighter. The skills of Boots is really showing out right now. Good hook by Boots Ennis on Xander Zayas as Zayas tries to work downstairs to the body. Hook to the body by Zayas. Trying to go into the clinch. Boots holds him. Both of them fighting on the inside. Zayas pushes him off. Gets him to the ropes. Boots postures a little bit, throws out a jab, and the round is over. Yeah, this is getting. Hold on. I mean, my gosh. This is turning into a one-sided affair. This is turning into a one-sided affair. It really is. I can't lie. The knockdown, coupled with how this round just looked, this is turning into a one-sided affair. Zayas better be very careful. Zayas better be very careful from this point out, because this is turning into a real one-sided beatdown for the likes of Boots Ennis. He's beating him with the jab. He's beating him with the speed. Reaction time. There's some defensive holes I don't like, but guess what? He's just turning with every punch because Zayas is too slow. And Zayas is not able to react to what he sees coming at him. He's not able to respond like I said was going to be a problem. And now we're going into round 3. We're going into round 3 right now. Well, Boots is definitely feeling in full control. Boots isn't as good as Shakur at controlling distance, though. You're right. But that's not his game. He doesn't want to control distance. He's sitting right in the pocket with Zayas, and he is trying to do damage. He's trying to counter every shot that Zayas throws with a big-time shot of his own. He's standing directly in the pocket, letting Zayas punch, and then responding, or just straight up initiating stuff. Big hook. They're in that mid-range area. Good 1-2 by Zayas, though. Boots couldn't get out the way of that one. But still, he takes it well. Good hook by Zayas and Boots in response. Good short shot. Another straight left hand. Another straight left hand by Boots Ennis on Zayas. Another straight left by Zayas. 3 straight lefts by Zayas. Yeah, he's not controlling distance. He's taking away distance. That's what Boots is doing right now. And Zayas is not using his feet. I know Ryan Graves said earlier yesterday that Zayas can definitely move around. But he doesn't move. That's not his MO. As you can see clearly right now. And it would behoove him to move and get out and start trying to jab and make him more. Oh, good shot by Zayas. Wait a minute. Boots got caught. Boots got caught. Boots did get caught with a shot. That one buckled him. Zayas is feeling something. Zayas is feeling some stuff. That's the best punch Zayas landed on Boots. This is where the power comes in. This is where the damage. How can Boots take the punishment? Now it's turning into a real fight. Now it's a phone booth brawl. Another big shot by Zayas. Boots did get buzzed for a split second. He hurt him. Hurt him again. He hurt him again. Oh my gosh. Wait a minute. Boots is hurt. Boots is actually hurt. Boots is hurt for real. Boots is hurt. Or he's damaged. He's trying to fight through it. He's holding on. Wait a minute. Boots is in a bad way. Boots is in a bad way right now. Zayas done turned this fight around. Oh my gosh. Yeah, Zayas is for real. He hurt Boots Ennis. He hurt him. He's still hurt. He's still wobbly. Boots is still wobbly. Oh, we caught him on the shoulder. Good movement by Boots Ennis. Good head movement by Boots Ennis. He might have actually been able to recover now, but he got caught for a split second. That was some Matrix-like defense, though. Good shot by Zayas, though. Oh, that rocked Zayas. Oh, my goodness. They both been hurt. It's one round. They both been damaged. It's 10 seconds left. Oh, my gosh. Oh, shoot. Oh, my gosh. My goodness, the round is over. Oh, buddy. Oh, man. This went from one-sided to straight up nip and tuck. Hey, look, Big Skull, I told you. I hope you were right, because I want a rival. Zayas just hurt Boots Ennis. Hurt him bad. Had him hurt for like 30 seconds. Boots was able to finally recover and started actually getting out the way of shots, doing a little bit of the Tyson Fury off the ropes, even though he wasn't on the ropes. But he was able to do that. But yeah, he got hurt. It was bad, man. He got hurt bad. But this has turned into all the questions we thought Boots would need to answer. They're now coming to fruition right now. I got it at 2-0. Xander's timing is getting much better. He's starting to feel it now. He's starting to get it, and he finally landed the shot. It's 2-0 Boots to me, but it is indeed Zayas. The timing that we brought up, it is indeed real. It's real. Zayas hurt Boots, you doggone right. What a fight. You're absolutely right. What a fight. We're going into round 4. Hey, right now, this is starting to look like it's worth our money. It's starting to look like it's worth our money now. This fight starting to list. Hey, man. Oh, big shot by Boots Ennis on the likes of Xander Zayas. Knocked his head back, way back. Almost buckled him. Almost buckled that brother down. Zayas is actually, even though he got knocked down in round 1, he's been caught with some serious stuff, but he's been taking some good punishment. Hooked to the body by Zayas. Now they're in the phone booth. They're in the ball. 5-punch combination by Boots Ennis, throwing in volleys and flurries in the pocket with each other. Both of them nip and tuck, absolutely being physical on the inside, trying to go and outwill each other. Chopping right hands and lefts by Boots. Zayas with a big shot. Zayas with an uppercut. Boots responds with multiple hooks of his own to the body. Uppercuts downstairs for Boots Ennis. Both of them trading shots. Uppercut by Boots Ennis to the head. Uppercut by Zayas to the body. 2-punch combination to the head for Boots Ennis on Zayas. Zayas clinches him up and walks walks him back to the ropes. Look, man, Zayas is trying to make this a fight. He's making this a war. He is not giving Boots any ground to say you can control what we got going on. It's a minute 51 left in round 4. We've already had a knockdown and Boots being hurt in this fight. We are just getting started, y'all. I'm telling you, another shot by Boots, by Xander. I think that lands. Straight right to the body, excuse me. That lands. Good straight by Zayas. That lands. That show defense, not fundamental defense, that's starting to come out a little bit. Where's the stuff that we saw against Ennis? That's what we need to see for Boots Ennis right now. Because he's in a tougher fight than he realized. Good two-punch combination by Zayas. Boots goes on a good hook by Boots Ennis that lands. Good hook on the inside by Boots again. Another hook by Boots. 4 hooks back to back by Boots Ennis. Zayas, but that head is taking a bunch of punishment, but he's eating these shots well. I'm telling you, that butt is tough as they come right now. Hook by Zayas, jab to the body by Boots Ennis. 1-2 by Zayas. That lands back to the center of the ring. There's barely any time to breathe right now. Minute 49 seconds left in round 4. Hooked by Zayas that lands on Boots. Straight right by Boots Ennis. Tries to start that little bit matrix thing that he did against Roman Villa, but it ain't working nearly as much. Backs up, Boots backs up, puts his hands down, looking to get a counter. Zayas doesn't take the bait. Jab by Boots Ennis. Good double jab into a straight by Boots that lands. Straight right by Zayas that lands on Boots Ennis. Ennis with a jab. Back to the center of the ring. 20 seconds left in round 4 of this fight. Good two-punch combination for Zayas. Boots is turning his head, but he's still absorbing some of these shots. Like that hook right there. That one, he couldn't turn his head at all. Hook to the body by Boots is blocked. Hook to the head by Boots. Land? Does it land? It landed. It did land. As we're about to go into the end of the round, and just, you can barely breathe with the amount of action going down in this fight. You really can't as the round is over. My gosh. My goodness. I tell you. Jaron Ennis is winning this fight, but it is so much more difficult than people were making it out to be. I told y'all, this fight, Zayas is not an easy opponent. When we say Zayas is good, this is what we were talking about. This is what he's able to do to one of the best pure talents in the game. This is why we were saying his ceiling was so high, and him taking this fight at 23 is worthwhile as we're going into round 5 now of this fight that has been just absolutely spectacular. It's been absolutely spectacular right now. Just incredible. Jab downstairs by the likes of Boots Ennis. Misses the hook to the head on Zayas. Jab to the body for Zayas. Jab to the head by Ennis. Another jab by Ennis. Hook to the head by Zayas. Leaping hook, gazelle hook actually, that just misses. Jab by Zayas, trying to use that length. Slips a jab and tries to land a counter of his own, but just misses. That straight left. Hey, look, did I tell y'all Emilio Vargas, that fight that we just saw, that's going to be indicative of what we can see on the night? That's what we're seeing right now from Boots Ennis, using some of those same tactics, that straight right to consistently land on Zayas, and it's working as they're both in the clinch right now. 2 minutes and 10 seconds into round 5 of this fight. If I'm ahead of your stream, I do apologize. If I'm behind your stream, I also do apologize. We're calling the action as best as we can. Straight right by Zayas as Boots tries to get out the way. Uppercut by Zayas to the body, a little bit low for Zayas. Boots is talking to his corner, saying he's got it. He's still looking for a setup shot as Zayas is still being physical. They're both being physical with each other, really trying to work and press the pace to make some stuff shake right now. Back to the center of the ring, I believe, is what's going down. Minute 29 left in this round. And right now, it's been as much of a one-sided affair that we thought. It's been straight up barn burner of an event. No! He caught him! Oh my gosh! Zayas got caught! Oh! Zayas got caught with an uppercut! A big uppercut that catches Zayas. That butt is on him. Oh boy! Yeah, Zayas is ready to go. Zayas is about to be out. Zayas is trying to hold on. He's got a minute to stand up. He's got a minute to try to stay up. He is trying. He's on shaky legs. Zayas is into a world of trouble. Big shot by Boots Ennis. That lands on Zayas. Zayas is buckled. Zayas is clinching. Another uppercut by Zayas or by Boots Ennis. That lands. Another shot by Boots. Boots is landing at will now. 47 seconds left on the fight. Boots Ennis is landing as much as he can. Zayas is on shaky legs. He's standing. He's about to go. He's almost ready to go. Another straight left. Another straight left. He's clinching. I'm surprised the ref ain't stopping it. Ref breaks it up. 30 seconds left. Zayas is a tough customer, brother. He needs to hold on. Zayas needs to hold on. Another short shot by Boots Ennis. He's getting ready to go. He's ready to go. Ref is looking close. Zayas better respond. Zayas better respond. Zayas better respond. 18 seconds left. Zayas better respond right now. Another straight left by Boots. Another shot. No, Zayas is hurt. Oh my gosh. How did he survive that? How did he survive that? Oh, shoot. How did Zayas survive that round? I don't know. My gosh. How in the world did Xander Zayas survive that round? Boots Ennis poured the mess on that brother. It was a relentless attack. And right now, I'm so shocked that him getting up. I get that. But him staying up. There was some points I thought he was going to go down consistently. But look at it. It was a straight left. What was it? A straight left uppercut. Straight left uppercut. Straight left uppercut in quick succession that caught and absolutely damaged the head of Xander Zayas. He got, and look, you got heart, brother. You right. Let me tell you, Zayas got heart. You talking right. This brother got heart. He got heart. I'm telling you, this brother got some will. I told y'all, if he knocks him out in 5, it would be insane because this man is like that in terms of Zayas. But right now, we in round 5. We in it. It's time. Can the make or break round happen? Zayas has now been down twice to Boots Ennis. He has hurt Boots in round 2 and hurt him bad, and he's been able to land consistently. But Zayas is still on wobbly legs. Zayas is trying to get out the way. Those feet ain't working. Those feet ain't working for Xander Zayas to move right now. They're failing him. They are losing that battle of trying to move and stay balanced. And Boots is just teeing off, talking to his corner, saying, we're going to set something up. Don't be surprised if it's another uppercut that ends the night with how Boots is setting up some of these shots. Zayas getting another straight left. Zayas with another hook, punching off the ropes. And Boots Ennis is on the ropes yet again, controlling and working and trying to get out of the clinch as Zayas is really trying to stay alive and trying to survive. I believe Zayas got some bleeding from the mouth and nose. But he's still dazed. He's still hurt. His punch output now is incredibly low. Good 1-2 by Zayas though. Another straight left for Boots. Another straight jab for Boots Ennis. Switches back to southpaw. Another jab for Boots Ennis. I mean, credit to Xander, man. This brother, he came to fight. And he showed, brother, oh, good shot by Boots Ennis. A little bit of bam. That was a little bit of bam. That was Bam Rodriguez. That was Bam Rodriguez that we just saw. Off angle uppercut. That's bam. That's straight up bam. Minute 13, 11, round 6. It is still stalking and walking on Zayas, working to go and push the pace, push the pressure, and get Zayas in a world of trouble right now. As he is doing some real damage. He is having his way, walking and stalking without a care in the world. Less than a minute left in the round. Just teeing off at will with whatever he chooses to do. Can he still survive again? Because Zayas is still in a bad way. Zayas is still in a position where he is still vulnerable. One shot can still end the night for Zayas right now. As we have roughly 36 seconds left in round 6. Is it round 5 or round 6? Round 6. Pace will slow down a little bit. Boots cautiously waiting. Big uppercut by Boots Ennis almost lands. As he's now back in orthodox. Good counter shot by Boots. Another two-punch combination by Boots Ennis. Yeah, he's just home. He's at home. Boots at home. This is comfortable. This is comfortable. I'm telling you, this is comfortable. As comfortable as you could be in a fight. That's what we're seeing Boots have right now. I mean, just an outright ease of access. Going through. Look, Zayas, buddy, he's tough. This cat has earned everybody's respect with what he's doing tonight. Yeah. This man has earned everybody's respect for what he's done. That a boss fight was a fight that really showed us the heart that he can have, because he had to go and scrap and take some really heavy punches from a really dynamite hitter to be able to go and get the other belt. And right now he's going up against a better puncher, and he's still standing tall. How is he going to turn it around? That's the question. Good straight right by Boots Ennis. Excuse me, straight left by Boots Ennis, because he still is in southpaw. Zayas on the front foot now, back to center of the ring. We start around 7. Good straight right by Zayas. Good hook to the body by Zayas. Zayas trying to crouch a little bit more, make himself harder to hit. He's not fighting tall anymore. He's trying to fight a little bit smaller. Hook to the body. Another hook to the body. They both trade hooks with each other. Oh, good shot. Oh, that hurt him. That hurt him. That hurt Zayas. Another shot. Good gosh, brother. Zayas, brother, you keep putting your head in the same spot. Zayas keeps putting his head in the exact same spot. I'm telling you, buddy, that big head is there to hit. I told you that big head of his is there to hit. He can take the punch, but it is there to get clipped because it's so much surface area. And it's boding true right now. He's trying to shell up. He's trying to shrink his way, but he can't do it. Because no matter what he does, he keeps getting caught. And right now, Boots is crazy enough timing him way better. Another straight right by Boots, another straight left, by Boots Ennis. As Zayas tries to clinch, and I said, this is fighting. Wait, this is round. I said it went in. This is round. I said it went in. Good big hook by Zayas, by Boots Ennis. Zayas is to get hurt again. Zayas on the knee and took a knee. Zayas took a knee. Yes, sir. Zayas took a knee. That's knockdown number 3. Zayas took a knee. And it's over. It's over. Yes, sir. The quarter called it off. The quarter called it off. The quarter called off the fight. He waved it off. Boots Ennis is the new unified super welterweight champion of the world. He pulled it off. He made it. The monster has now, our new monster has taken this division by storm as Boots Ennis walked the walk, talk the talk, and beat a very game, very dangerous, very up to par Xander Zayas, and now claims his throne as a legitimate, full-blown world champion at 154 pounds. It is him, Fundora, and Ortiz that should be always talked about as the top 3. And right now, people may view him as the second best or tied for the best in the world at 154. And I don't blame you for it. I don't blame you for it. This was incredible. This was phenomenal. This is exact. And hey, look, I told y'all, I said it would end by round 7, and I got it right on the button. Right on the button. I told y'all, I know what I'm talking about. I know what I'm talking about, y'all. I know. I don't toot my own horn often, but brother, I know what I'm doing. I know what I'm doing. I know what I'm doing. This was perfect. It was perfect. And again, before we even praise the likes of Boots Ennis in this fight, Zayas, hold your head up high. Clap and applaud for a brother who was indeed so game. Clap and applaud Zayas for showing up and not just being game. This man hurt Boots, legitimately hurt him, legitimately scored on him, and legitimately was all that for what we thought he could be as a potential fighter. He has no shame in losing this fight. That man was taking punishment and kept on going. I told y'all, just like with the fight with the boss, he could go and fight in a phone booth, and he's willing to trade with some of the biggest punches that you got because he is not afraid and is durable enough. He can take more punishment than anybody's giving him credit for, and he did it. He kept showing heart. He got up from multiple knockdowns. This brother was going to get up. Then in this last knockdown, his corner was the one that stopped the fight. He wanted to keep on fighting. He was catching Boots with good shots. He was making him have to go and actually work and switch orthodox, southpaw, give different looks and stances, have to really, figure out the best way to break him down because this cat just was not leaving. All credit to Xander Zayas. There's no shame in this loss at all. You still have a very high ceiling. And if anything, anybody that you face after Boots Ennis should be a whole lot easier work because if you had success against him, I sure enough know you will have success against the majority of people at 154 and beyond as you continue to grow your ability as a fighter and get more mature. All credit to him, without a doubt. Without a doubt. Without a doubt. But now, for Boots Ennis. For Boots Ennis. In fact, let's go on and change the title because this is the topic of discussion now. Now for Boots, there's nothing that we can say about his resume anymore. There's nothing we can there's nothing we can say. There's nothing we can say. This was the fight that we asked, do what you do against everybody else, against somebody who's actually game. And he did it. He still did the Matrix stuff. He still went and was evading shots with just head movement. He was still having instincts be over everything else and stifling a lot of the offense that we were seeing Zayas have as nullifying it or making it be ineffective. He was able to counter Zayas every single time he threw a punch. Every single time Zayas attempted to throw, there was a shot coming back that was bigger, more devastating, and placed incredibly. The first knockdown was a straight. The second knockdown was an uppercut. And the third knockdown, I think, was also an uppercut. That put this for the lights out. And it's been like, what can you say? WBO, WBA, and would most likely be seen now on the same level as Sebastian Fundora as who reigns this division. Now I want to see that fight more than ever. I want to see that fight more than ever. You doggone right. Absolutely. Let me see. I'm trying to make sure I can read y'all text. You called it 100%. Hey, look, I don't toot my own horn. But I gotta give myself credit because I said it was gonna happen. And doggone it happened just like that. Well, we found out Boots' chin is suspicious. It's not suspicious, but it's vulnerable. He didn't go down. He got rocked. But he was able to recover. In the midst of recovering, still do all of his Matrix-like stuff. And as the fight went on, he wasn't getting hurt as much, more and more. It was the power at 154 he is vulnerable with. There is a level of danger with Fundora, with Ortiz. Oh yeah, you can get knocked out. Absolutely, no doubt, without a doubt. You can get put to sleep. Boots Ennis can get put to sleep by Zayas or Fundora or by Ortiz or Fundora because now we understand he can get damaged up here. It's no longer you just need to be annoyed with you being hurt or getting caught with stuff like you were at 147. No, you can get hurt and you are vulnerable up here. That's without a doubt. But as a whole, he still did exactly what we had seen him do in smaller divisions. The power carried, the speed carried, the timing carried, the angles carried. Again, he pulled a bam when Zayas was on the ropes. Angled out and threw an uppercut with the lead hand. Sweat flying, everything. I mean, what more could you ask for? What more could you? The answers that we wanted got answered. The answers that we needed got answered. The questions that we needed to have something in the checkbox finally got got checked. He's real. Boots is 100% real. He is. There's no more hype. There's no more, is he really like that? None of that. This cat just walked down and walked through one of the best young fighters that was bigger than him, weighed more than him on the night of the fight, and outmatched him in a way physically that we had never seen in his career, and was not over the hill, had already accomplished a legacy, and was seen as one of the 4 best in this division, and you took him out. I can't say this is exactly the test that we asked for. There's nothing I can say except for you're real. You're real. Boots is real. Boots is real. Boots is the real McCoy. He's the real McCoy. Let me see. My rankings be so insane, be so correct. It's insane. I mean, like, yeah. I can't remember what you had in rank, but I'm gonna say yes because I'm assuming it's good, and it's like it's worthwhile. It's worthwhile. Zayas is the truth. No, he is. Zayas should be committed absolutely, because this fight was great. This fight was phenomenal. This was not just a one-sided affair. There was a trial that Boots really had to go through. That this man was on shaky legs, that all of this could have been for naught. We're going to definitely discuss that on Tuesday. No doubt. We're going to have some stuff to say about what this can mean for the future of Ortiz Fundora and his heights of appeal at 160 and beyond. We can talk about that, absolutely. We can talk about Terrence Crawford and all that buzz about would he have beaten Terrence Crawford if he fought against him. We can talk about that. What we can't say is that at least now, this test does not deserve our respect. Because it does. Without a doubt. Without a doubt, it does. I mean, this is ridiculous. This overseeded my expectations. Without it, no question. This superseded my expectations. Superseded my expectations of what this fight was going to be like. Without a doubt. Without a doubt. Let me see. Boots just sent him back to the bunny. Oh, you see, he sent him back to Bad Bunny. Hey, look, man. In Puerto Rico, y'all got a good one. Y'all got a good one. I can't even make fun because y'all got somebody. Yeah, he's 23. And he was able to stand up to Boots Ennis in a way that people thought wasn't going to be the thing. He wasn't even knocked out cold. He was still willing to get up and fight. This man, y'all got a good one. But once he hits 26, oh, watch out. Watch out. Watch out. We got a problem. We got some problems here. Watch out. Once he hits 26, we got a problem. We have a major problem on our hands. When he is 26 years old, in 3 years' time, this man's about to be so bad in the best way possible. He about to be a bad man with what I saw him do in this fight. I'm serious. I'm so serious. Fundora, stay behind that jab. That's the challenge for Boots. It's going to be. It's going to be. And to get inside of Fundora's range, Boots is going to have to be better at not just, again, the manipulated guard. I still don't like that. That's what I saw against Avanesian. That's what I saw against Sugarjon. I still don't like that. Because against Fundora, Fundora's going to be able to boom, 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 boom. And something's going to get through. And one mistake, chopping right. It's a simplistic plan, but it's going to be just that routine all over. All fight long like it is against Keith Thurman. But if you can't get on the inside, I do now know, okay, you can definitely hold your own. You can. You withstood the body attack of one of the most relentless body punchers in this division, in Xander's eyes. You can hold your own. You can be in danger, but you can definitely hold your own. And if Brian Mendoza can knock him out when Fundora was fighting him, and if Tim Tszyu can rock him with straights like he did in the first fight, Boots Ennis definitely, if he does close that distance, can knock out Sebastian Fundora. That's absolutely possible. That's absolutely possible. Without a doubt. What he can do it. He can do it. Without a doubt, he can do it. It's just going to be getting past that 80-inch reach. We're going to see how he deals with that. But what he showed here, if he does get past that, Fundora better watch out. He better watch it. If he does get past that, Fundora better watch out. He better watch out. That's going to be damaging. Let me keep on reading what you had to say. Boots is B- Boots, yes, sir. And C level Xander. Fundora C level, but C plus at 154. That's going to be tough for Boots. It will be. Now, again, I still think stuff is higher, but it's going to be tough. But now we at least know he belongs. We can buy into his fight, not just resume. We can buy into the believability. Okay, now we can comfortably talk about him against these other people because he is proven. And the whole thing was he wasn't proven before. Now he is. Let me see. Boots' chin is suspect. That's why he ain't want to cut the beard. I mean, now me, personally, y'all know how I feel. Cut the beard regardless. I still think that beard was too much. But that's just me. I think you should come in less than that and clean shaven. But didn't help him as much because that brother still got rocked. If he is clean shaven, who knows what may happen? All I know is that he is vulnerable in a way that we can now fully be confident in. This was the test of his chin. The skills were the skills. Can you show it? Sure. This was the test of physical dominance that we see Boots have. That is a big part of his identity. What do you have and what have you lost now that you're up here? You still have the speed. You still have the footwork. You got all the other stuff that you had. But your chin is in fact not what it was able to be at 147. You have a weakness now. There's a chink in the armor. But that even with that chink in the armor, he's still going to be so hard to beat. So hard to beat. This fight made that fight with Virgil Ortiz that much more enticing. This could have been Virgil Ortiz. And if Virgil Ortiz had gotten him hurt, like we saw Zayas get him hurt, who knows what that would have looked like? Who knows what that would have been like if that was Ortiz that got him hurt in the same way Zayas got him hurt for 30 seconds. But that makes this fight so much more tantalizing. That makes this fight, Ortiz Boots, so much more exciting. This fight with Zayas showed that Boots belongs, but it also showed that this is more of a 50-50 fight than even what we thought it was earlier when it was initially going to be made. Because now we know there's a real vulnerability, not a rumor. Maybe Boots can take the power. Maybe Boots can stand up to the inside pocket work that Virgil's able to do. Maybe it's no longer an option. He has a chin, but up to a point, and he can be hurt. Badly hurt. Sustainably hurt. And Ortiz, if he gets in the ring with him, what will that hurt look like? And will it end in Boots being able to recover and fight through it? Or will it be that Boots Ennis actually does get knocked down and gets put to sleep? Or does he keep on doing what he does and overwhelm Ortiz with the same level of countering offense and constant trading and winning those exchanges that we saw with Zayas? Withstanding the body attack, power for power, going toe-to-toe, and being able to say, I can win today and punch better than you. Maybe it's that. But we now have a better scope of what we can expect in that mega fight if we ever get it. And I hope we get it soon. Let me see. I think Brandon Adam and Virgil will push him to the brink. No problem there. No problem there. No problem there. Not a problem there. Not a problem. Because you're not wrong. You're not wrong. You're not wrong at all. Both of those fights after this fight have us asking questions about that style. Because again, understand. Also, the top 5 fights, the top 5 at 154 are all good fights for Boots Ennis. They absolutely are. The biggest thing that we have to look at this as when it comes to Jaron fighting, Boots now crossing that threshold where, not where does he stop? What's the question? Dang it, I had what I was trying to ask. Chin suspect, Adams and Ortiz could give him work. He is vulnerable, but he can be successful. What was I about to ask? Dang it, I had a point. I lost it. I was about to make a good point, but I can't remember what I was about to say. I think it just left my mind. If it comes back, I'll say it, and I'll bring it back up. But I'm going to keep on reading your chats. Boots versus Ortiz is the fight to make. I think before that, it's Fundor. I think before that, it's Fundor. I don't want. Well, one, Ortiz is still working with Golden Boy to get their contract settled. He can't even agree to a fight because there's no contract for him to be with the promoter to do anything right now. They working that out. Number one. Even though that is the fight I would love to see. Number two, don't lose this momentum going up against anybody else except for Fundor, because you can go and really capitalize on the world looking at you more than ever with Sebastian Fundor, that circus level entity. Not even circus level, straight up the entity that is Fundor. Towering Inferno is an understatement. This man is an entity of a man at 6'5", 83-inch reach, at 154 pounds. That type of spectacle, with you can potentially get yourself a career highlight of a tree falling down, you with a title to boot. I'd be shocked if he passed that opportunity up. I would be shocked if he passes that opportunity up to have that under his belt. And then again, Ortiz, fine. But it's there for him now. And this is exactly the position that he wanted to be. Boots Ennis wanted to be the man amongst men that everybody has to look up to him. And you're now the prize to garner. Not just monetarily, but straight up to be something in this division. You got to beat him. And now, I would think he's at that position. And which is fair to say. Let me see. Do you put Boots pound for pound, and who does he replace? This win, not pound for pound. I said that before this fight. This would not make him pound for pound, but it would elevate him to now you're in the window to get there. The skills, eye test, all that stuff has been there, but it has not been with the resume, the name value, and the accolades that you should have at this point in time. Now, he's a unified champion, taking the belts from an active, young, and elite level fighter at 154 at a new division where we had some questions, and he passed the test with flying colors. We can elevate him. Okay, the run starts now. It starts now. To pound for pound. I told you all this before. After this fight, if he knocks him out, there's going to be people saying Boots Ennis is pound for pound. He's top 5. He's top 3. Shakur who? Inouye who? Bam who? Benavidez who? Archibald BF who? Canelo who? I told y'all that's what's going to happen with a lot of people as the shocking immediate reactions to what this fight entailed. Zayas is not enough to put Boots on my pound for pound list. But Zayas is the start of a 2-fight window to get on the pound for pound list. Because if you go and you beat Zayas and Fundor or Ortiz and you get the belts again, along with the name that is insane. Now you're 35 fights in with what you had already accomplished at 147, with a dense resume now starting to accumulate with some really respected names. We can start saying, okay, now he should be pound for pound. That's pound for pound. He's getting there. And now he's a for me, he's a fight away. He's a fight away. He's right outside that top 10. 11th, 12th, wherever you want to put him. He's right there. He's right there. And he's one fight away from me from getting on that list. He's one. All he gotta do is probably beat Fundor, which he said is coming next. Or Ortiz, which is still in the works. Any of those guys. Which is now, he's in the direct vicinity to fight. Yeah. Make it happen. And that would be pound for pound. And now you've done everything I would need to see you get in the list to be pound for pound worthy. So I'm not putting him there yet. But he's very close. For me, he's very close. Very close. For me. I'm sorry, but Fundora is trouble for boots. Don't apologize. Like we said, we're gonna be talking about this on Tuesday. We're gonna be talking about this in detail on Tuesday. But yeah, he is gonna be trouble. He is gonna be a problem. He could potentially be a danger, a big time danger for Boots instead to go and beat. It's just the fact that right now we can say he belongs. That's been the biggest thing. Did he deserve to belong in this bracket of names? Now we can say yes, he does. And I'm all happy for it. Boots versus Kelly will be interesting, but fights that need to happen are Nikita Sue versus Israel Majimov and hold on. Fights need to happen on Nikita Sue versus Majimov and Murtazali versus Adams. Okay, I see what you're saying. My boy, I had to make sure I read that right. Yes, both of those are fine. Both of those are good. Now, Majimov, if he fights Sue, that would be after he fights Errol Spence Jr. And if Errol Spence beats Tim Sue, well now, that's a whole new can of worms. Do I want him fighting against Majimov first? I don't. But again, depends on how he looks. Even if Tim Sue beat Errol Spence against Majimov, I would say that he loses. Oh, okay, my bad. I'm sorry. I thought I was misreading it. I thought this was just a typo. My apologies. His brother. I thought we were sticking with, yeah, my bad. My fault. My apologies. You're right. I completely forgot he had a brother. Dang, I completely forgot he had a brother. I'm so sorry. So yeah, okay. Nikita Sue versus Majimov and Murtazali versus Adams. Okay. I see what you're saying now. I can agree with that. That's fair. My mistake. I forgot Tim Sue has a brother. That's my fault. We're all good now. But those are some good fights. Yeah, they are. They really are. Do you see Devin stepping up to challenge Boots? You know what? I'm going to say this. That sounds like a very lofty goal. Incredibly lofty. Up until you think about Devin Haney is 26. He's not even 30 yet. And he's done what he's done already. He's going to get there at some point. He's going to fight at 154 at some point or another. His body's going to grow to that point because he's going to naturally mature as he continues to get older. If Boots stays at 154 long enough, that fight can happen. It may sound lofty. And because it's Devin Haney that we're talking about, regardless of whether you think Boots would kill him or it will be a good fight, Devin Haney, if the money's right, he'll take that. He'll at least try to get that fight to happen. Just like I said, he doesn't duck the smoke. He'll try. He'll be willing to make it happen. In a world where Boots does not move up to 160 sooner rather than later, Devin Haney is getting big enough that by the time he's 28, year or two, He could be at 154. And that fight is on the table now. Pound for pound versus almost pound for pound. Speed and defensive acuity versus one of the most unique figures that we have in boxing. Physical freaks of nature. That, I'm not saying it's going to happen, but it's possible. In a weird way. In an insane way. It's actually possible. Devin can definitely win. I don't know, though. Devin can definitely win. I don't know about beat him, though. Devin has a better jab than Boots. Yeah. No, he does. He does. But here's the issue. Boots Ennis, did you see how consistent Boots was trading shot for shot with Xander Zayas? Even when Zayas started to get his jab together and start throwing really good jabs, and he was getting out the way of him, did you see how Boots continued to not let the distance leave him? How he didn't necessarily try to accept the clinch, and how he was able to keep the volume up even when Zayas wanted to slow the fight down. Devin Haney against Boots. Boots would win that. Because Boots Ennis fights just like we saw here in a counterattack that Devin Haney hates. He hates it. He doesn't want to get touched. He wants to be completely safe. And he wants to dictate the pace of the fight. You just saw Boots Ennis dictate the entire pace of this fight and amp it up and slow it down as he so chose. Why? Because he kept on landing on Zayas. Zayas not the same defensive fighter, sure. But also Boots athletically. Devin Haney ain't ready for that. Because he still hasn't been able to fully encapsulate his own physicality. Xander Zayas hurt Boots Ennis because he was willing to fight big, stay in the pocket with a dangerous puncher, and trust his timing and size. I'ma get you. And he did get him. And it almost shook up the world. Devin Haney does not want to risk that. He did it against Brian Norman Jr., sure. Absolutely. Will he do that more than once against Boots Ennis? Especially since he would be most likely afraid of the constant onslaught of punches and the ability of Boots to be able to counter consistently. His best weapon, just like Ryan Garcia. I don't think Devin Haney's willing to take the test, but I don't think he would be able to beat Boots because of that stuff. And his own physicality, unlike with Xander, he hasn't bought into fully. He still is fighting uber conservative in a way that even when you do damage, you're not capitalizing on it. And if that jab fails, you're not using hooks. You're not using a whole bunch of uppercuts. And then you're clinching up. Your best weapon is to just stop me from coming forward. And then jab away. That's not going to work against Boots, most likely. And that second half stint that Devin Haney likes to do, if he gets up, he's just going to be able to hold on for dear life. That's not going to work. That's not going to work. Devin Haney, he'll take the fight without a doubt. But he wouldn't be able to win that fight. He wouldn't win that. He would not win that fight. He would not win that fight if Devin Haney fought against him. I'm almost assured. I can confidently say that. Let me see. I can't lie. That third round, I thought Boots was going down, but I did too. I was like, Xander's about to do it. I legit thought one stiff hook or uppercut is going to put Boots down. And we about to see Boots in a world of trouble. My eyes were wide. I was about to throw my headphones because I was like, I can't believe what I'm seeing. This is actually about to happen. It is actually about to take place. And it was close. It was so close, man. It was so close. If Boots has all the belts, I can see Devin trying to get that fight. That's the thing. If the belts are there, if the belts are there, especially if we see after Boots, if he beats Fundor and gets in pound for pound, or even before Fundor, if they start putting him in pound for pound earlier, we could see he might feel some type of way. He felt that way about Inoue when he was above him, but he couldn't do anything about it because he can't come down to 122. But he can get up to 154. And if they put Boots above Devin Haney after this win, I don't think they should, but if they do, Devin Haney may feel some type of way. It may not take all the belts. It could just take this one fight. And all of a sudden, hey, I couldn't get Shakur. I can't get Keyshawn Davis like I want to. Ryan Garcia's tied up with something potential with Virgil Ortiz. You know what? Let's take the leap. He ain't better than me. He ain't a bigger star than me. And if I beat him, I run the world. I'm all for a challenge. Let's get it on. We could very well see that happen. Let me see. I'm saying like Devin can win the boxing match or bout, but he can't win the fight. Kind of like the Loma fight. And that's the problem. This will never be a boxing match if he fights against Boots Ennis. Ryan Garcia will never be a boxing match if he fights against him. Devin Haney, there are certain people Devin Haney cannot turn into, this is my boxing match. It has to be and will always be a fight. Loma turned it into a fight. Boots is going to turn it into a fight. He will. You can't avoid, with Boots Ennis, you cannot avoid. There is nobody. Isaac Cruz, perfect example. There is nobody, no matter how technical you've been, Tank Davis or otherwise, that did not have to go into a straight up fight with Isaac Cruz. It may have morphed into a boxing match at some point, but it always turned into, we're going to have to fight, regardless of whether you want to or not. Because you cannot just box me without paying the price and being able to get through this fire. You get through the fire, okay, you can turn it over. But before that, you ain't going to be able to do it. It's unavoidable. With Boots, it's unavoidable. Devin Haney would have to be in a fight worse than what we saw Ryan Garcia. And he can't box his way out of a fight if it's Boots Ennis. He won't be able to. He won't be able to keep the fight a boxing match if he's winning the first couple rounds against Boots Ennis. He won't be able to. I promise you, I would, if I was a betting man, I'd bet money. All the money I had, I'd bet it. Boots would win that fight. Because Devin Haney cannot turn that fight around. Brian Norman Jr. tried to turn the boxing match into a fight against Devin Haney, and it didn't work. Because he wasn't that refined. He wasn't that good. Boots is that good. And Boots can fight better than anybody else Devin Haney has faced off against outside of Lomachenko. And is more destructive, active, and instincts-wise has a nose for what's coming and what needs to happen in a way that, as you saw up here on this fight, every punch, it seemed like there was barely a punch that missed when it came to Boots throwing. Devin Haney, with that type of fighter, he can't beat that. And at 154, he'll be big. He'll be fine. But he ain't going to be able to win that if he fought against him. I still want to see it. But he wouldn't be able to do it. In my opinion, he wouldn't be able to do it. Let me see. Boots would do to Haney what Canelo did to Amir Khan. Thank you. Haney would be sound asleep after that fight. Especially, you saw Xander Zayas be tough as nails and get up and get dropped. Boots has more power than Ryan Garcia. And you saw what Ryan Garcia's power was able to do to Devin Haney with an even more limited offensive arsenal. Zayas got caught with an uppercut in this fight that if that was Devin Haney, there's a good chance that second knockdown might have been the last knockdown of the fight if that was Devin Haney. There's a good chance. And he didn't gas out either. And he wasn't able to hold on. Zayas tried to hold on. And he survived because he was tough, but he didn't survive because he stopped Boots from punching. Devin Haney is not going to be, there's not going to be a world where Devin Haney is able to get away and avoid the fight if it comes to Boots Ennis. Not going to be a world. There would not be a world. I mean, Devin's better. Yeah, he is better than Xander. But he is not mentally where Xander is. He's not there. Devin Haney doesn't fight up until it's a last resort. He did it against Ryan Garcia when he had to pull a rabbit out of his hat. He did it against Lomachenko when Lomachenko turned it into, I'm winning the last 6 rounds of this fight. It's tied up. We got to go to war because we got to dig. Because I can't just outbox this cat. Last resort is the fight that Devin Haney wants to go to. But he doesn't want to do it. But if he's got to do that as the first option, and his boxing isn't working, he's not built to fight. When Brian Norman tried to make it a fight, he didn't oblige. He just held on. He didn't engage in the fight with Brian Norman. It was either box me or we're not fighting at all. No in between. It's been like that for his entire career. If he does that against Boots Ennis, there is a guarantee he will get put out. Especially with that southpaw straight that we just saw him be able to use in this fight. Killer. 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 That punch. I didn't realize how devastating that punch is. That straight left hand that Boots has from southpaw. That turned out to be one of the best weapons he's got in his arsenal. It came out quick as a jab. Thudding power and weight that was knocking Zayas back to Kingdom Come. And he could throw it repeatedly without any reset. And he could come at you as a counter, as a setup tool, as a one-punch shot. Do it all. Devin Haney getting countered by that with his jab, nightmare. It would be an absolute nightmare. Let me see. Zayas or Ortiz. Whew. I would pick Ortiz in a fight against the two. But now that fight will be a lot more competitive to me. Based on what we saw with him versus Boots. Because Zayas earned a lot of respect from me. A lot of respect. Let me see. We don't know the power that Devin Haney will have at 154. Yeah, we don't. We don't. We don't. We shouldn't. We probably won't. We've had this before. At 147, Devin Haney's got power. At 154, does he have power? We see it. He gets one knockdown every 10 fights. So we can't just say, oh yeah, he's a killer. We got to respect him at this division here. Up there, though, I can't say for certain. But is it more than Zayas? No. Is he willing to use it like he would need to make Boots put in the same position? No. So again, it would be irrelevant. Because even if he had it, he doesn't use it like that. Because he doesn't want to fight like that. Because power's never has been his MO. Zayas versus Ortiz probably goes like Majimov versus Ortiz in a sense. It wouldn't look 1-to-1, but yeah, but I see where you're coming from. I do see where you're coming from. Boots has more power than Ryan. Yes, he does. Yeah, he does. He does. He does. He's got 33 knockouts in 35 fights. Excuse me. I'm sorry. 31 knockouts in 36 fights, counting this one. He's been one of the best punchers that the entire boxing world has recognized. Okay, yeah. Just like when Terrence Crawford was undefeated and was, what was he, 36-0? With like 30 knockouts? Had a 16-fight knockout streak of straight. He literally, nobody in the welterweight division ever saw the end of the fight when he was in the ring. Like, that's ridiculous. Boots Ennis, you can say the names may not be up to that same level of caliber. But we just said everything we said about Zayas, and he knocked him down 3 times, and it probably would have been more if the corner didn't stop the fight. This brother, it has more power than he's got more power than Ryan Garcia. Absolutely. 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 He would have knocked out Rolly Romero. He would have knocked out Devin Haney. Ryan Garcia, if Ryan Garcia switched places with Boots, and that was Boots in that fight with Devin Haney, he would have knocked him out. Without question. Without question. It doesn't mean his power isn't real. It is real. But no. No. Boots definitely has more power. Definitely. But even still, before we continue, we got to make sure we wrap the show up and send it home. 154 is an exciting victory for me. It absolutely is. Ryan's super dangerous. He is super dangerous. Early on, his power starts to deplete late. That is true. Devin is definitely more disciplined and using his strengths and limiting his opponents. I just don't think those limits are going to be able to stick when it comes to Boots Ennis. But that is fair to say. Boots has power all 12. Absolutely, he does. Boots straight left is not faster than Devin Haney's jab. It's not. It's not. But again, that's where the timing comes into play. That's where the timing comes into play. That's where the timing becomes more of a fervent fixture into getting in Devin Haney's head, making him do something he doesn't want to do, or making him do what he wants to do. And I'm just waiting to set it up. And then boom, now I catch you. Mind you, the combinations that put down Zayas, it wasn't just uber speed. It was a punch that set up a punch. You throw, I throw. A 1-1-2 right back at you. But that 1-2, I'm setting up something you can't see. And then boom, that's what started it. And that's what happened. Devin's really good at controlling distance, and he is. And Ryan and Boots is great at eating up distance. Remember, you were the one that was saying that Zayas had mobility. He could move laterally. And that made no difference because the real estate always kept getting ate up. Because Boots is great at being able to stalk and walk. He is. He absolutely is. Let me see. Whenever knocked Brian Over down, he threw a jab and hook with the same hand. Did he? I got to go back and look at the knockout. I can't exactly remember, but I'll go back and see it. Is Devin better at controlling space on the back foot than Shakur? No, he's not. No. He's better at being. He is better at being. What's the word? Devin Haney is better at retreating. He's not keeping the same distance. He is moving back. And then you got to come in. And now up, you're in my range. Okay, I'm going to throw the jab, and then back up more. And now once you get back in that range, boom. It still is a form of controlling distance, but it's not the purest essence of it. Shakur Stevenson, that's the purest essence. That man will be in the mid-range or at the tip of long range, and he won't change. Outside of hopping back, he won't change that distance between you. You just can't get any closer than that. But he's not moving back further. And if he does, like if you saw against Tio, more often than not, he'll move forward. Especially second half of that fight with Chief Lopez, he was keeping the same distance, but it was Tio moving back, and it was Shakur moving forward. The range didn't change, but he was still controlling it because he never let it go. And when he's fighting off the back foot with his jab, he still never lets it go. But it's a tether rather than a rope. The tether is a lot more strict. There's less give. It's elastic versus a rope. That's what it is. There's a lot more give in the rope of Devin Haney because he can give it some more slack. He'll feed out more rope to give him more room. He doesn't want you to be He doesn't want that rope to get taut or tight or stiff. And if it does, jab, 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 get out the way. Up, it's time to counter and then give it some more slack again. Wait for him to pull it in. Wait for him to pull the rope onto his dock. And now we do the dance. Shakur is an elastic band. It's a rubber band. That rubber band stays tight the whole time. And he's there and you're here. Or excuse me, he's there and you're here, but we're not changing our distance no matter where we are in the ring. I'm that good that I'm going to keep you exactly where I want you without having to give up slack. And you still feel like you're a whole island away, but I'm just right here. That is a better form of controlling distance. It is. They both fight with different identities in mind. Devin Haney fights in order to be defensive and safe with very little risk. Shakur, similar thing, but the difference is his comfort zone is not you being all the way back here, but it's right at the edge of the sword. But he's so good at the fencing battle, you're not giving up space on where your sword lies and where his sword lies. He's just always stabbing you. Boom, stabbing you. Up, boom, got you again. But I'm still right here. Come on, get me. Up. You throw, back up and jab. The distance hasn't changed, but you keep getting landed on. It's a different approach to a similar identity. But it's not the same distance management. They both do it. But Shakur is a lot. It's Ryan, you said it best. Devin, it's opponents on the leash. Devin puts his opponents on the leash. There's still slack in said leash, but it's on a leash. And when you don't want to go, okay, I'm gonna pull you in. Now I'm just gonna. Oh, we're going somewhere I don't want to go. Okay, I'm gonna clinch you up. Shakur, wherever we go, doesn't matter. Because this rope is still tight and you can't break it. And even if you do, guess what? I'm going to still outwork you, outpreach you, outcounter you, and be better than you and be confident in it. Just like I'm confident in my jab, every other counter that I throw, if you do close that distance, no problem to me. That's Devin Haney. That's Shakur. That is Shakur. That actually, shoot, I would love to see a Shakur versus Boots fight if that ever was able to happen in the far, far future. So what you're saying, Devin Haney will beat Shakur? No, I'm saying the opposite. I'm saying the opposite. I said Devin Haney is a worse distance, is the distance managing the different ideologies. But in the way that they do it, I've been devout. Shakur would beat him. Shakur would beat Devin Haney. I've been stout in that. Shakur would beat Devin Haney if they fought against each other. I am as confident as I've ever been. Shakur Stevenson would beat Devin Haney if they fought against each other. You would be shocked at the level of distance and skill that they would have if they fought against each other. Why do I say that? Because you would see Devin Haney be uncomfortable in every vein except for the vein that he likes to fight. And you would see Shakur be incredibly comfortable in every avenue of the fight. And you would probably be yelling at the screen, Devin Haney, why aren't you doing more? Because he's not built to do more. He can, but he's not built to do it. While Shakur is. If Shakur's always at the edge of the sword. So there's no danger that is too risky for him to say, okay, I'm going to find a way and still score and do what I want to do. Devin Haney, we've seen this man at a point where danger is too much for him to do what he wants to do. And that'd be frustrating. That would be so frustrating. Devin's jab and cross are better than Shakur's. Shakur's are close to Devin Haney's. And if you want to say Devin's jab is better, that's no problem there. No problem there. If you want to say his straight is better, no problem. Even though I've seen Shakur use his straight more, I have no problem with saying that Devin Haney's 1-2 combination is better. Perfectly fine. Everything else offensively is better for Shakur Stevens. In every other avenue that is not a cross jab situation, Shakur is better. Landing downstairs to the body. Inside the clinch, landing hooks. As a southpaw, being able to use offense, especially when you start going to the ropes, and land real significant shots. He's more willing and able to do that. And even when he's on the ropes, he can still score and win rounds off of just straight slick work. James Toney level work. Devin Haney cannot do that. He can't. And Devin Haney doesn't need to fight when he's not overmatched by somebody like Lomachenko, where he is way bigger. He doesn't have that same level of success. He doesn't. So I would definitely think that he would win. I would definitely think that he would win in terms of Shakur if they fought against Devin Haney. Good gosh, we had 4 hours. Good night. It's almost at 1 o'clock in the morning. Okay, I'm going to take this one last question, and then we got to go and get out of here. Let me see. Who was the last southpaw Haney fought? That's a good question, actually. Was it Lomachenko? Was it Lomachenko that was the last southpaw? Or was it? Who was it? Who was it? Was it Prograis? Prograis wasn't a southpaw, was it? No, Prograis might have been a southpaw. It might be Prograis. It might be Prograis. It might be Prograis that was the last southpaw. Okay, thank you. It was Prograis. So Prograis was the last southpaw. I would be very careful to compare Prograis as a southpaw to Shakur and the straights that worked for that fight. It's going to work for Devin Haney against Shakur if they fought in their fight. Because Regis Prograis was a puncher, but he was not nearly the defensive savant that you were dealing with Shakur Stevens. So be careful. Because, yes, he did have success. He did knock him down. He did hurt him. That was one of the biggest instances of why we were saying at 140, I thought Devin Haney, he about to be a different monster. After 135, this brother can do whatever he wants against anybody. I remember I said that on this very channel because I was like, this was a great win. But Prograis, I would be very mindful. Not use that fight as a great weapon of opportunity to say what can work against the likes of Shakur, southpaw versus southpaw. You'd be better off with using Lomachenko than using Devin Haney versus Prograis as an example. Because if he thinks that you're going to be able to do what he did to Prograis, to Devin Haney, boy, you got another thing coming. But regardless of which, we got to go and we'll talk about this more on Thursday afternoon. Because we had to end off this show with a bang and get out of here so I can get some sleep and so you all can enjoy the rest of your night and the weekend as a whole. So with all that being said, ladies and gentlemen, This has been another episode of The Watch Report with me, your host, Jean-Luc Welch. We thank you so much for tuning in and listening to the show with us on today. We hope you had a phenomenal time calling Boots Ennis versus Xander Zayas, as we got to see Boots Ennis become the new unified super welterweight champion of the world, knocking out Xander Zayas in 7 rounds and knocking him out 3 times collectively. Now the public views him as a menace to society. Who can stop this man? His front door, the man that can stop this train that is Boots Ennis. Will this lead to an easier opportunity to get Boots versus Ortiz or any other fights at 154? We're going to find out and talk about it with you all. Pound for pound rankings and all that stuff. We'll discuss more on Tuesday afternoon and all the reactions of this fight and beyond, as well as the greater landscape of the boxing world. We will be discussing with you all on Tuesday. Same time, same place, same channel, right here on the Welch Report in high noon for that day. But we can't wait. We appreciate all of you being here. Thank you to everybody who chatted and responded and showed up for our stream. Y'all were wonderful. Take a bow for the level of greatness that you all show with everybody interacting and supporting this channel. If you would, before you leave a like on the video. One like makes a world of difference for us to go and make this show oh so great and oh so grand, and helps us reach the masses all across the globe. We appreciate you all coming out. If you can support the channel, we got Cash App and PayPal, links down below in the description. Super chat, super gifts, stickers, and the like. If you can't afford to give to this channel, it would mean the world to us. We're like PBS. We're funded by viewers like you, and without you all, this show is impossible, and we appreciate all the support that you can bring to the table. Any amount will do, and even if you don't do that, hey, just simply subscribe to the channel. Come join the empire. Be a part of the hottest show in all the globe, and come join the best community in all of the sports ethos, and be here every weekday and know when we're here every week or every 3 days out the week, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday, by hitting the notification bell so you know whenever we post right here on YouTube and are available for any updates that we have on this channel. Please be sure to rate us 5 stars on every podcasting platform, Apple, Spotify, you name it, we are there. And if we're not there, tell us, we'll get there, absolutely. And hey, if you can do the most important thing, it would be to share the show with everybody that you know, so we can keep on building up this empire together. But I've been Jean-Luc Welch, and you all have been absolutely wonderful. Be safe, be blessed, peace, and love. We are out of here. Yes, sir. Salute to you. And we hope you have a wonderful afternoon and have a wonderful night or morning, wherever you are. Have a great time, and be sure to enjoy the rest of your weekend, and be back here for more action on Tuesday afternoon as we talk about the world of sports and beyond. But be safe, be blessed, peace and love, and we are out of here.